If I consult my notes here, I can quote for you again the first line. We going down the hole. All three of you, Thessia, Wither, Orcris, united as a group for the first time, though for how long, it's anyone's guess. You all have some interest, some stake in what exactly happened that allowed and compelled Thessia to create this massive hole to spirit herself and her mother out of danger as the stolen breath closed in around them. And perhaps you will find some answers at the site of the event, where it took place. And to that end, with the clock now not ticking, because we haven't invented that yet, but with the shadow passing around the sundial, which we also don't have because there's no sun, but you know what I mean.
We gotta make a clock.
Yeah. With time now limited before Thessia is to stand in a public tribunal to answer for the destruction, Wither has led you deep through the sprawling, labyrinthine underground tunnels, taking perhaps a more circuitous, if also less dangerous route to the bottom than to have Thessia just lug you down the side. And after a great deal of travel, the tunnels around you getting at times colder, at times damper, silent, almost oppressively so, due to the seemingly endless echo that reverberates with every individual little sound scattering up and down the tunnels. You finally arrive back at the site of Thessia's miracle.
I'm just thankful we didn't run into anything on the way here.
Oh, shit.
Oh.
Ooh.
Yeah, I mean...
Before you can see it from the top, of course, of this enormous tunnel. It appears cylindrical. It emerges on the surface in a perfectly flat, circular exit. At the bottom, however, you can see from where you launched yourself, Thessia, there is essentially a perfect hemispherical crater of smoothed out earth. Now slightly less smooth. Several days have passed and some more rocks have fallen. It's been reclaimed just a little bit by natural shape. But the imprint is unmistakable, identical in diameter to what you saw below, and when you cast your gaze up in the dim light here underground, you're just barely able to see up through the roof of this cavern where, indeed, it's so far above is the surface that light is scarcely reaching down here. But you feel as though you can just barely imagine the light at the end of this long, long tunnel straight to the surface.
Huh. You know, it makes sense that it would look like this down here, but I kind of wasn't prepared for it.
Wee.
Slide down.
Slides down.
We.
Thessia also kind of slide on down and kind of drop down to one knee and just examine the base.
Now, it's a little unnerving if I were to use a completely out of, inappropriate for time and technology level metaphor. It's almost like sliding down the bottom of, like a skate park where it's perfectly smooth at the bottom.
Pipe.
Now, So it makes sliding down it a curious experience, aside from the small rough rocks that have scattered here from collapses that came above as you blasted your way out. It's totally smooth, and it comes to a perfect spherical bottom here.
Let's see here. Is there anything I can do to kind of examine? Because, like, really the thing that's crossing Thessia's mind is just like, how did I get to the top? Because her brain space is like, okay, if I get to the bottom, maybe there's like a thin pillar that like thrust me forward and then it like snapped halfway through, but that's clearly not the case. So how did a perfect cut tube get me to the surface? So she's trying to like see if there's anything left behind that would show some way to actually propel upwards.
Well, I don't think I need you to roll to investigate per se.
Okay.
But I will ask for a roll to die for other reasons.
Okay.
Just for Thessia at the moment.
I will take blue. I need to use my brain.
8. Okay. Now, Thessia, you study the stone here, looking for any physical evidence of how you managed to ascend, the matter of sweeping the earth out of your way aside. As you peer down here, you can see at the very bottom of the crater here, the stone surface with, it's actually not perfectly smooth. You can see something scratched into it at the base here. And you peer down, and you can see scratched with what's clearly your own claws. You can see Nem, the rune of life, and Nyx, the rune of innocence, and finally Thale, the rune of alteration, scratched in a deeply but unsteadily, and clearly without having been able to see what you were doing. Each one in succession gets slightly wavier and less distinct and more desperate, and you are immediately put in mind of those tense seconds you spent entombed underground trying to hide from the breath, slowly running out of air. And it physically, it shakes you, it nearly overwhelms you for a moment. Just the lived memory of when you were absolutely certain that you were about to die.
Yeah, she kind of does her best to shake that off, but it's clearly visible that it's bothering her. When a rune is activated, is there any like sign that it was actually used? Because like there's probably times where you could like place the rune but not actually invoke it. So I wasn't sure if there was a way to tell whether or not a rune was successful in its use.
To see whether you actually accomplished anything with each of these.
Yeah.
No, other than the fact that it has to be present for it to be possible. There's no way to know when a rune has actually been utilized to perform some sort of rune-touched feat. And that being said, when you inspect, aside from seeing those symbols and briefly choking on some not too pleasant memories, there's no sign that stone propelled you upward, or if it did, then clearly it then was shaped back to the same state it would have been in otherwise.
Yeah.
I want to lay down in the center of it.
Oh.
And I just want to look up.
You rest there, and you look straight up the center of the tunnel leading to the surface. Are you looking for anything in particular, or are you just taking in the sight?
Taking in the sight or lack thereof. If there is any light to be taken in.
There's just the faintest, sort of like God, I know it has a term, but I'm probably going to use the wrong one if I I think it's called the corona, the very thin circle of light that's visible around the edge of an eclipse. Sort of
Yes.
that level amount of light is just you feel like you can kind of picture it right at the very top, but so distant and so faint that you're not even 100% sure whether you're really seeing that with your eyes or you're just kind of imagining that it would be there.
I mean, everything else would be all black, right?
Mm-hmm. It's like staring up into, well, it's unlike the night sky here, since that's
darker.
yeah, it's even darker. There are no stars to have their to be silhouetted against the ring. No, it's not dissimilar to staring down from the surface. There is something beautiful and majestic about looking up into this void.
I'm going to try to just sit and meditate on this spot to see if particular to see where my mind goes, to see if any particular animistic spirits might be weaving their way around this place, to see if where my mind goes in this place that is in this place of very interesting magic.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and roll to die?
Okay.
Let's see. Let's see what color you're feeling right now.
Every color except the one that I want to be.
Oops.
Oh well.
You can still lock it in. It's just a lower modifier. You spend some time looking straight up, and it sort of feels like resting on, like floating on your back in a body of water, taking in the sky above. That even though you're looking up, all of the physical sensation is sort of licking at your underside. You feel like that connection to the mystical that you're trying to divine here is actually still beneath you somewhere, bubbling under the surface around here.
Okay.
And Wither, I guess, well, before I just start narrating at you, what do you want to do while Thessia is investigating and Orchrus is meditating?
They're doing kind of like a combination of what the two of them are doing. They're meditating on an investigative question.
Mm-hmm.
They are here looking at the shape of this, at the scale of this, at how these two little people here at the bottom of the crater are like little ants, little bugs or something, and only one thought is coming into their mind. Where did it go? Where could it have gone? Hungry, hungry, hungry.
You, if that's what's on your mind, and as Thessia's poking around, feeling at the ground and inspecting, and Orchrus is just lying there, staring up into the blackness above, you, your palms itch just a little. You look around, you have something in mind that you're wondering if you might find around here. And as if in response to the fact that this is where your thoughts are already centered, you suddenly do perceive a voice. Wither? Oh, whither you finally come. This is immediately unusual, because while you have frequently throughout your second life been suddenly addressed by voices, had them pierce into your conscious, never once has any voice that has risen out of the multitudes addressed you by name, spoken to you. They've always felt more like I or we, or even occasionally you, but never whither.
Where did it come from? Did it come from inside?
Why don't you roll to die?
Oh.
Heavens.
Heavens to Murgatroyd.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah.
Oh, yeah. Where did it come from, indeed? You reach down and you peer into the abyss yourself, but it's the one you hold inside, not the one above you.
They kind of
No.
rotate where they're standing, like a compass trying to find true north.
No. You don't think it did come from there. Whither? There's something important you need to know. It's here. It's waiting. It's waiting for you. And it means you harm.
They make a sound that sounds like an exhale, or like a hum. But it doesn't come out that way. They look around and, like an animal trying to smell pheromones or a scent trail, they look for the thing that seems the most easily available to harm them. If they had any insight, it would be the man lying down next to them, most likely. But they don't have that. Where are they pulled?
Look down and Orcus is just like flicking around a switchblade.
No, don't mind me.
He's just
Don't-
loading and cleaning out a gun.
Don't mind me, I'm just flensing this man. Your neck instinctively cranes upward, up out of this hole and to the east.
Now,
Place-
most animals wouldn't want to go towards something that's dangerous to them. I don't know if Wither's an animal. Wither doesn't know if they're an animal. Who knows?
Merry Christmas, you filthy animal.
Filthy animal. Also, is there any reason why I'm locked to the grid right now? I can't do my baby shuffle.
Oh, sorry. I understand. That's important to you. Let me.
Sure is. Maybe
me-
me more so of anybody else.
I know there is a hotkey to ignore the grid if you hold it down. Do you want to try real quick, like control and shift, and see if we can find it?
Okay, so if I do
It'd be
control, it
useful
makes
to know.
me.
Okay, that's right. That makes you do the Susquehanna shuffle. Yeah.
That guy, yeah.
There is. I know there is one. I'll look it up for next time. But for now, I'll just turn off the grid.
Thank you.
Baby shuffle.
Baby shuffle.
Rock.
Yep. And you crest the hole that's been bored here, and you can look across this naval underground, or the spiral, as you have called it. And it does look familiar to you, but you also notice that there's some things here that weren't here before.
Flower.
Flower. Wow.
Ain't that the thing that tried to kill me when I first landed?
No, that was a mushroom.
Well, there were also vines that were trying to get me.
Don't worry about it. It's a mushroom.
Okay.
Mashoosh.
Mashush.
It's weird because the thought doesn't occur to whether to maybe ask the voice or even... It doesn't occur to whether that the voice is something that it can interact with. It's almost like... It's almost like a wall, you know?
Hmm.
They don't know if this is what's harmful to them. Looking at it, does it look harmful? Do they recognize how it can harm?
I don't think there's any reason to have you roll anything here. No, these don't look too dissimilar to plants you've seen grow in the underground before. Underground vines with blooms. Ones that you have made a handy meal of in times past. And that likewise, now that you think about it, this is not the first time they've grown up somewhere inexplicably quickly. Here, you can see the vines having wrenched their way up from the cracks below that were carved by all the seismic activity.
Hmm. And there's no indication of any cracks or anything down in the hole that Thessia left?
No, that appears to have... that was created after most of the tremors were over.
Okay, gotcha. They just tilt their head and look down at these things.
It almost feels as though they're not looking back at you, but they have a sort of expectant air about them. It sort of feels as if they are here for you.
The question appears in their mind. Why are they here only now? Why weren't they here the last time we were here? Why was their absence required for these things to show up? They will approach closer. But they do take note that they feel different now than they ever have before. So if they do go to reach out, it will be hesitantly. Do they smell different?
They smell fresh. You didn't witness it, of course, but you feel as though these buds just opened within the past hour somehow. It has the scent to you of a meal laid out on the table.
Hungry, hungry, hungry.
Fresh from the kitchen.
They will reach out gently.
Yeah. Do you reach for a bloom here?
I'll reach for a vine first.
Yeah. Reach down, and you lay a hand on a section of vine, and as you expected, it begins to sort of curl upwards at either end alongside your hand as the section where your hand is touching begins to thin out and lose its color and twist as if it was almost dehydrating in the moment, and the section you're touching starts to crumble and the discoloration begins slowly working its way along the vine from either direction until finally the portion that you're touching has crumbled away entirely and you're left with two frayed ends to either
They'll touch one of the blooms then.
Now, the bloom, you reach out and you almost expect it to recoil from you, and quite the opposite, in almost a sunflower turning to face the sun kind of way. As your hand gets near it, you could almost swear the leaves curl up a little, as if it was reaching out to meet you, creation of Adam style.
Oh.
And yeah, as soon as you make contact, sort of almost a ripple runs through it, and the buds curl up and begin crumbling away. The leaves drain of color and begin falling off of it. And finally, just the very base of it is left, just a sort of knot on the side of the vine.
Without telling the other two, this little freak is going to take out their shovel that they carry with them. You did notice that on your way down here, they had on them both like a lantern on a stick, like a shovel, a big stupid bag, just like a little pack rat. But they will take out a shovel and wordlessly start digging down where the roots of this have kind of poked into these cracks, just trying to see where it goes. They will be at this for however long it takes to find something.
You strike down into the crack and root around a little, and as you chip away at a slightly softer layer of earth down here beyond the hard surface, you hear a very faint sort of like a sibilant sigh, a hiss, and a small puff of shimmering silvery mist drifts up out of the crack and begins slowly dissipating in the air. Orcris, you suddenly feel, if you were lying on a flat surface, you suddenly feel a tremor, but not in the surface, in your body. It's like as you've been meditating on where you can find what you're looking for. It feels like a sort of tingle runs along your spine, as if you've just sensed it running beneath you. And Thessia, you suddenly feel a jolt of sickness to your stomach.
Oh. Have I ever felt that before?
Probably not for the exact reason you might be feeling it now, but it sort of feels like a really brief moment of vertigo or lightheadedness.
Yeah. I think she'll make sure that she's got like at least a hand or two on the ground to kind of like steady herself, and another hand to grip her head. Oh, God. Oh, where did that come from? And
you feel it too.
oh, is it not as dreadful for you?
No. It's quite unpleasant, but I want to follow it.
Kind of cocks an eyebrow. You think you can tail it?
Possibly. I can feel it in my spine.
Right.
Is it below us?
Thessia looks down.
Writhing like an eel.
I mean, I could get us down there. I still have fail.
I get up. Please do so.
I prefer not to do it here, if that's all right. I want to try and keep this circle of evidence as intact as possible.
I suppose that makes sense.
But I'm sure we could go to a lower elevation and get cracking on that. There is one thing I wanted to try before we moved, though. Looking at the fail rune, because it was scribbled in pretty haphazardly when I was at my weakest and whatnot. Without modifying it at all, if I just put my hand on it, am I able to activate it? Thessia is curious if the rune that she had created would have been sufficient to even do anything, and if not, that raises more questions as to how this happened.
Ooh, you want to try activating the same rune?
Well,
What did you learn?
so again, I'm in like study mode.
Yeah. No. I get you. I'm not gonna ascribe any more to what you're stating you want to do than what you have said. But you want to see, is this a rune actually usable? Even?
Yeah, and if possible, I don't want to like put as much juice as possible. It's literally like, if I activated this, could I like
putting a potentiometer in an electrical socket? Like, is this live?
Right, exactly. It's just to see, is this an operational rune?
Mm-hmm. You carefully place a finger down in the groove of the rune that you traced before, and you reach out to the same part of you that you always do when you activate your rune-touched power. Let me just, let's see. You've got a swing locked in, right? Could you roll to die for me?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Am I able to?
So, Thessia, you feel a lurch the instant you interact your power with this rune, even in the smallest degree you can muster, as carefully as you can muster. You feel that kick in your stomach again, but much harder this time. You very briefly flash back to, God, how it felt as the breath closed in on you and you began to feel like your whole body was drifting apart, starting from the extremities inward. Not even numbness, but absence of existence until there was nothing left of you. And it is a deeply unpleasant feeling. Go ahead and take 3 damage.
Oh, interesting.
You yank your finger out away from the rune and disconnect yourself from it, because that was another very vivid and physical memory.
That was scary.
But yes, it does appear this rune is usable. It's very sloppy by your standards, but scribed well enough to channel the power of the rune.
She kind of covers her mouth. I don't know why, but that actually made it feel worse.
Did I feel anything?
No. This one was entirely confined to Thessia.
Okay. Interesting. I didn't feel a thing that time.
But you've had the kind of like nauseous feeling a little bit?
Perhaps a little. More anxious.
I'm definitely feeling that. She's very curious about this rune now. The fact that it like... She stands up. Wonder. And she'll climb out of the hole. I don't think she even notices.
Wither is camouflaged right now.
Yeah.
Fucking black light over here.
And she'll slide down one more time, and she will place another rune of fail. And once again, not trying to put as much juice as possible into it, but just enough to like make things move around or shift nearby stone. And
Yeah.
she wants to see, does it give her the same feeling as that rune?
You inscribe the rune on the ground here and reach out your senses to try and very gently, in a small way, reshape the earth here. And it's night and day different. This feels the way it normally feels for you. It's like you've done it 1,000 times before. There's no nausea, there's no flash, and something about it, the only thing that feels different than normal is coming on the heels of what you just experienced. Now, this feels
Weak.
dull somehow, like the physical sensation feels dull to you. Standing here now, as you perform this minor shaping, feeling stable and entirely earthly and of your body, just kind of underscores in your mind the degree to which you can't fathom how you could have summoned the power to create something on that scale.
Thessia,
Sorry, yes?
I'm curious. With this crater, did you move everything out of the way? Or did it simply vanish altogether? If you moved it, then surely the ground here would be thicker, moving outward from the center, right? More impacted?
You're right. Just doing a study of the area. Does it look like everything was pushed out, or was it like vaporized? Like what is the approximation of the causation of the whole?
That's going to require a bit of survey and study. Why don't you go ahead and give me a roll to do to see what your confidence interval is going to be in your determination here.
Sweet.
Do I call upon my gift, Scion of Betalis?
You're already in debt, girly.
I mean, who gives a shit at this point? That's a low enough roll. I will do the
man on the gallows bears no debts.
Hey, listen, I get a level up if I actually incur the debt, and it's also one of those things of like, the faster I can get this thing upgraded, that would be good. So I will do the re-roll, and I have to explain how my privileged education.
You're about to experience a privileged execution, let me tell you.
No shit.
Don't you worry, girl.
Prepared you for the situation at hand. Straight up, I have been around this rune my entire life.
Yeah, this one's pretty easy. This one's an easy reach.
Yeah, we don't have to go too much deeper than that. So, all right, don't fuck me on this. Let's go!
Whoa! Well.
You don't know.
Nothing.
You are dead.
You don't. Yeah. You think
You
so
thought
hard.
that was the stolen breath? Nuh-uh, this is stolen breath.
She's like,
Blocks you.
in the back of her head just blows out.
Yeah, you inspect closely, carefully. This is a very important question in your mind. The scientific part of your mind is fascinated by not just why this could have happened, but how, the mechanics of it physically. And you examine the earth here, where the crater meets unshaped rock. And you can see that, indeed, the rock has been moved, not merely removed from existence. However, generally, when you're shaping stone, you have a sense as you're feeling around it and you're manipulating it, not merely of its outward shape and volume, but its density at different points. If you're trying to take you have a certain mass of stone and you want to shape it into something, you're limited by what is already there. And so if you want to make it smaller, it has to become packed more densely and vice versa.
Mhm.
And so a whole lot of your skill is about redistributing the mass internally, not merely changing the shape that appears on the outside. And it is striking, looking at the boundary here, where this hemisphere ends, the force and violence with which the stone here was compressed. It's apparent in the layers how thin, how densely packed every individual little separable section of stone that you can kind of scrape away here. It's this is not uh this is not usually what shaped stone looks like. Normally, it would be distributed very smoothly throughout. It's sort of the difference between carefully removing the sheets from a bed or just like throwing them off. The end result might appear the same superficially, but you're looking at a freakish compression of stone into a thin layer, as thin as possible to remove it from its original position. This would require... There's no way you could do this with conventional tools. There's nothing could strike with enough force to leave the stone like this normally.
Huh. It is all here, technically. It wasn't destroyed, it was compressed. But that shouldn't be possible, or not by your average rune crafter.
And
Now-
you can even... Okay, I just want to add one other
go
little
for it.
detail here that's nice and illustrative. You can even feel as you're testing it, you chip off a small part of the area where the stone ends here, and lifting it up, it is really startling and uncanny because you've handled other natural rocks around here. You know about how much they weigh relative to their size. It's like, this is an extreme metaphor, but it's like holding up a mote of dark matter. You scrape off what is basically a tiny pebble of this, and it weighs what you'd expect a rock the size of your fist to weigh.
I'm going to keep that,
Scary.
It
because,
starts collecting.
yeah. Also, now that I'm out of the circle, do I still feel that nausea, or...
Having removed yourself physically from that and sort of taking it at a slightly greater physical and now also mental remove, no, that seems to have calmed you down a little.
He's just
If we
staring
were
at the rune.
if we were capable of digging here, do you suppose we would find diamond?
Looks over. Possibly.
But here's the question, was there enough heat?
Oh, with enough compression, doesn't that create heat?
To some degree.
Rapidly.
But then you
especially
also
as
have to
rapidly as
consider,
it happens?
was there enough
Mhm.
organic matter left in this area for it?
I don't know if there was an unlucky stone
Now
swimmer.
Now we're asking questions that are scary to Aram because I don't know quite enough about geology to be able to answer
I don't
confidently.
know. That's scary.
What do we do?
What do we do?
Fantasy world where rocks have souls. Oops.
Thessia kind of ponders on that. I'm not sure. I feel like with the Rune of Thale, you're able to, alter even precious stones like that. So even though it's all compressed tightly, I assume it'd be, well, she holds up that rock again, compressed into this, and I don't know how to unfold this without this like exploding. Like I have no idea what would happen if I used the the rune on it again.
Ooh.
We should see.
We should.
She's gonna set it like down over here, and then like she's gonna lay flat on her stomach, like kind of like waiting to activate a
Fucking
dynamite.
boom.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like a fucking wick.
You see 4 hands around the edge and like 2 eyes.
Wait, we are still down here.
Boom.
You're far enough away, and you're like in a trench. It'll be fine. Thessia's not thinking. She still hasn't seen you.
No, that's true. Yep.
Just looks around. Huh, I guess Wither died. Anyway,
that's weird.
Wither, if you're here, duck.
Wither, if you're here,
Does
die.
the exact opposite and like gets up from their little squat while digging and stands up straight to look around like, huh?
So with the kind of like pressurized rock chunk on a lower level, I'm going to use the Rune of Thale up here, a distance that it should still be okay to do. And I'm just gonna go for the simple task of like expand. And I'm not trying to use too much juice. It's just like the very careful of like, can we thin this out and make it a larger object?
Fun. Make me a roll to do.
Come on, Thessia. Yes. For science.
You oh so carefully extend your rune's influence to this compressed pebble that you've placed carefully on the layer below you, and it's like I'm trying to think of a visual metaphor here. I don't have a great one, I don't think, but it's kind of like it's like an airbag deploying, right? It's like it's a little. It's you reach out and you affect it oh so gently, and the potential energy comes spilling out like in a cascade. So as soon as you push this proverbial boulder down the hill, the pebble shudders and then in jolts just unfolds with loud crackles as stone begins pushing away from stone at the slightest touch, until there's cracks, there's pings, pieces of it do scatter a little. It doesn't full on explode, but it rapidly and irregularly expands and leaves you with a about basketball-sized stone that is cracked and porous and looks like nothing in nature.
Oh.
And the sounds kind of continue echoing around the navel for a while.
She'll slide down and then grab it and then kind of scurry back up. 2 hands always on it, but the other 2 helping her climb back up and like holding it out to Orcris. Look what this... I mean, this is fascinating, right? I mean, this is unlike anything we've ever seen before. It's clearly not
warm to the touch.
It's clearly not the original shape or what you would normally find. It's cracked, but still maintaining its original shape. And this is with a minor amount of fail. So I'm wondering, if I were to really put in a fair amount, do we have ourselves like just short of a explosive or something of the sort? I mean, it'd be foolish not to at least try. We have plenty of resources right here. And she's like cutting out another chunk. And she'll once again kind of like slide it down, and she's like, okay, now I think this one. Wherever you are, Duck, and she is going to once again try the rune, and she's going to do more energy on it to see if that will cause it to be a more violent detonation or something of the sort.
The roughly the same size initial piece.
Yes, she wants to try and be as consistent as possible with these tests.
Okay, go ahead and make a roll to do.
Baba Ganu.
Ah.
You pushed your luck, girl. This is what happens.
Listen, this is what Thessia is going to do a lot.
This is science.
Science!
Oh. Obviously something funny is gonna happen. Something is immediately happening, but before I blow past it and forget, I need to make sure I need to
Why
bump
blow
up your
past
debt
it?
to 7 for your previous reroll,
yes.
and you need to roll me a d20 for debt there.
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're okay so far.
All right, and that one is going to stand. No one's doing it. Last call for reroll bullshit.
Why would I help?
I've got a reroll bullshit, but I want to see.
We are not paying attention.
Thessia, and are you doing this in kind of the same position you placed it on the lower level there?
Yeah, she wants to have it like over here. Again, the hope is that we have, or her thought process is that we've got this nice little barricade on both sides, and then hopefully will not impact with her, even though she isn't fully aware of what they're up to.
Yeah.
Oh, where they are.
So you extend your senses again, and it's hard not to let your excitement get the better of you a little. You start giving it just that, the absolute lowest amount of juice you can muster, and you see it start to faintly vibrate, and it's taking too long. This one, it's not quite. It needs just a little more, just a little. Just
Me
a
when I
little.
rush the process of
Yeah.
nuclear fusion.
And suddenly you feel your power spill out of you like you had accidentally tipped a bucket a little too far, and the pebble literally is wrenched into the air under its own forces suddenly activating inside of it. And you have just enough time to see it balloon outward, jagged spikes jutting as if it had a skin it was straining against. You hear a succession of loud, spine-tingling cracks, followed by a brief flash of light and a sound that takes longer to reach you than some of the stone does. It flies apart in shards, and the wave of force washes over you afterward. And even braced where you are against the side of this, pieces of rock go hurtling so fast with such force. They ping off the walls of the cavern in places, chipping away, sending other pieces of stone blasting into the air like a quick shower of firecrackers going off. Can I have everyone roll to die?
Me too.
Oh, I deserve this. I absolutely deserve
Hang on a
this.
sec. I gotta see if any of my gifts help with this.
Oh, I'm sorry, because you don't deserve that.
To avoid or defend against hostile fauna or natural hazards in the underground.
I'm gonna say this is unnatural, and the fauna involved
Not
are not
intentionally
technically
hostile.
But it rock!
Feels like it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right.
You'll be fine on it, actually.
Or Chris, it doesn't look like you actually resolved your roll to die.
You gotta pick
Oh
a
yes.
color.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay.
Gets you in the eye. Ah, bandage.
Ow.
Okay. Yeah, so as the cavern spits rock in many directions, just tiny fragments, but razor sharp and quite hot in points when they come from the original thing, as it scatters across you, followed by a wave of force that is loud enough to leave you just shy of your ears ringing. Yeah, you will, Orcris and Thessia take 3 damage from that. Wither, Wither, you're standing up just kind of like, huh, what's going on? This goes up and it all happens to just kind of pass you by. Your body at one point just sort of like calmly adjusts mid shrapnel blast and lets it pass around you.
So I don't know if this will impact anything.
Hmm.
I am technically within this circle that caused the nausea before, and it felt like the rune itself was amplified. Did that impact that process at all, or?
I am assuming you were not using the rune that you
No.
inscribed at the bottom of the crater.
No,
So,
no.
So no, you're confident that that's not the issue. And in fact, you're not feeling nausea at the moment because your attention is not in any way on what happened before. It is on something in the here and now.
I think Thessia, like, you see two hands pop out of the sorry, was just trying something, got a little excited. Okay, so yes, if given enough energy, incredibly dangerous, in fact, deadly even. Oh, are you all right?
I'm fine.
Good.
Bleeding slightly.
She like reaches up and sees she's bleeding a bit. Yes, that is potent.
Indeed.
Fucking freak.
You hear, Wither. Your companion has erred. It comes.
They will scrungle up here.
I'm grabbing more rocks. I want more of these pressure rocks.
They have, in that process while they were over there, I should say that they had gathered up some samples of whatever that silver stuff could be. Put it in a little vial and also have taken some little samples of the actual blooms.
Okay.
But they scrungle up here.
Danger.
Oh, no, sorry, that was me, actually. I
Danger.
apologize for that. I should have given you more of a heads up.
You have called to danger.
What do you mean?
Prepare.
Prepare?
Speaking of which, I'm going to prepare by turning the grid back on. No particular
Whoa!
reason.
Oh,
Where am I on the grid?
there. I'll move myself onto the grid.
Yeah. Let me also make the grid at least slightly visible. Oh.
I'm going in at 14 out of 20 health.
Girl!
Hey.
It'll be all right.
There we
Hi!
Hi. Hey is for horses.
Yeah, you all feel it at different times. Not a rumbling, almost the absence of a rumbling. It's sleek and silent, and yet somehow you feel an incoming presence. And then distantly, reverberating up from the cracks, you hear what could only be described as the exact midpoint between a screech and a hiss. High-pitched, sibilant, and yet raspy. And you feel the earth shift just slightly, and an amethyst glow suddenly fills the cavern from directly behind you as a crystalline head emerges. Eyes still burning with rancor. Without doubting yourself for a moment, Thessia, Wither, you are sure this is the same creature you encountered before.
Oh, damn, it got to 8 good.
And let's all go ahead and roll to die as we are about to enter a conflict.
Heavens.
Wow.
Yellow is better.
And I can't roll my footsteps beneath on a, initiative roll?
It's still to help you not get owned here, so... Owned? Why the fuck did I choose that word? You don't want to get fucking hexorned by this elite new...
Arcus, stand back. You might get pwned.
It's fine. I am not noob sauce.
It's
Oh my god, I gotta
Well,
go,
don't worry.
dude.
I just watched the movie. You got served. I know what I'm doing. Yes, you can add it on this, I believe.
All right, well,
Say.
there's my Hujima. What's it?
Wow.
Okay, 11. Roll the die result, 25. Goodness gracious. Great balls of 2d6
Googly
additional.
moogly.
All right, well, Wither, it's your choice who acts first then.
Oh boy, who is
And,
closest?
And just to remind you, since it's been a while since the first time we were here, this enemy has 2 turns, the head and the tail.
Christ, I don't remember
It's
what.
fine.
I don't remember what red meant.
We great sword.
Wither will approach. They will go first. They will get up here, scrumble up, and with their little lantern, which I will take now to describe. They have their little shovel and their little lantern, but the lantern is kind of like this weird, ornate, decorative, like metal and purple glass kind of orb on a chain and then on a stick. It looks way too fancy to actually be like useful, but they seem to get use out of it. They're gonna see if they can kind of distract this thing with a bright fuck off light and just kind of like scoot down here and then off to the side of where you guys are. So that will be how much movement? Us
Okay,
here.
and to clarify, you are you trying to damage or like taunt here?
Taunt.
Okay.
Because I want to give these guys time to like study it basically.
Okay.
So
Sounds reasonable.
I am going to move down to, if I can get my fucking character to move. No, I don't want to click on that. I want to click on this. Okay, so that is my movement, and yeah, so I will do my, is it roll to die?
It'll be roll to do. here,
Roll to
and
do,
against
gotcha.
its roll to die.
Mm-hmm.
It is not a clash.
Ooh,
Oh,
ooh.
And let's see. It's going to keep this. You just barely you get that hit. So it will be taunted for this round. Both the head and the tail will be taking offensive action toward you specifically.
Okay.
And furthermore, you shine your lantern at it and manage to bait it. And as it locks eyes on you, you see the light patterns across its body flicker as if betraying its intent. And as it focuses on you, I'm gonna roll just a D2 here. One, because you're green. 1 for blue, 2 for yellow.
Whoa.
Okay. It locks eyes at you, and the light shimmers across its body. It is now dyed
Whoa.
blue.
oh.
Hey!
Whoa. Okay. Okay.
Interesting.
Okay. And you hear Wither, that same voice reaches out one more time. It means all of you harm. Indeed, indeed. But it may also hold answers you seek. Who do you want to go next, Wither?
Thessia.
Have we ever
Okay.
seen these stone swimmers be able to just shift color that quickly and efficiently?
It's like we dye them.
You have not seen this, certainly. No, I think without even calling for a roll, I can confidently say not even Wither, who has certainly encountered stone swimmers much more than either of you two has seen this exact behavior before.
And he didn't do this the first time we encountered
Nope.
him.
He did not.
He's upgraded. Dude, he leveled up, bro.
Thessia is immediately curious. Okay. I guess probably I don't know if it's the best course of action. I'm probably gonna, because you've got it taunted right now, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think, no, I don't want to do the bomb trick yet because it's in the evidence area and I need to be mindful of that. I think Thessia will scoot up to here. I think that is 15.
When it
If you
burst
want
out of the
us to-
ground, did it burst in through the evidence area?
So
Yeah.
it did. However, stone swimmers basically pass through
Liquidate.
stone as if it were
Mm.
water, so they leave no trail behind them. They can basically phase through it as if they were incorporeal. So it has
Cool.
not damaged or altered the area.
Okay. Staying 15 feet away, I'm going to use my chisel. So I will
Okay.
roll to do with a +2 on this.
And this is just attacking for damage.
Yep, we're just going to try
Okay.
and go for damage just to get a quick poke in there.
Clash.
I'm going to lose, even with my +2s.
Confident.
All right. You lash out with your diamond chisel, and it passes through one of the crystals attached to the creature, which its light flickers. The creature doesn't appear to be harmed by this, and suddenly the light on that crystal momentarily dims, and you feel like suddenly your chisel catches. Previously, it was passing straight through as if the stone swimmer wasn't even there, and then suddenly it's nearly yanked from your hand as the creature kind of flicks its body once. You hold on to it, but the strain will be good for 6 damage on you there.
Ooh.
Let's see. It wasn't a crit. It was a clash. Yeah, it's not gonna drop its swing here, so it's not gonna go for extra damage.
Mhm.
You can drop your swing if you want to reduce that damage.
I feel like I should.
Okay.
I will drop my swing.
So you can put that health back, but you drop the swing there.
Yeah.
Or yeah, you lock out the blue rather, so you won't have it next time you roll to die.
Right. So I can go back on 14 hit points, which I think is going to be important. All right. I will give it to Stone Swimmer because if it gets to go twice in a row, I feel like it's going to be bad.
The head or the tail? Just as a reminder, the head is the quote-unquote normal turn. The tail is the mechanic's turn.
Let's do a head.
Okay. Yeah, the stone swimmer dives at you and you kind of brace yourself, but it actually slips down into the stone directly beneath you and emerges here. Rears around, and it swings its tail down in an arc straight toward Wither. This will be a clash because it's blue against green.
Okay. And
Oh,
so I
boy.
do a roll to do.
Doi. I'm gonna get bugged.
Okay. Yeah, it brings the tail down, and in a smooth motion, it swats you into the side of the crater and just crushes you against it for a moment.
Bonk.
Before releasing to whip its tail back down beneath the stone. So it's gonna keep its swing again, so you're gonna take 6 damage or else lock out that green.
I'll take 6 damage.
Okay.
Okay. And I don't get to do anything to retaliate here, do I?
No.
Okay. All right. Arcris, have fun.
Well, it's
Well,
that
we
was
don't know yet.
it gets to decide who goes
Oh,
next.
right. Yes.
And yeah, I think it's just gonna activate tail time now.
No.
What time is it? Tail
tail
time.
time.
That's a little Home Improvement reference for you all out there.
All you youngins.
All right. So the tail suddenly bursts up from beneath and begins whipping wildly around the room. It's unclear exactly how long this creature is, but it's long. It thrashes around as it peers down and sweeps it in huge arcs down beneath itself. So this is going to hit everyone at a lower elevation. That does include Thessia and Wither, not Orcris.
Oh,
And
brains.
Right, it works on the
So-
level of elevation. It's
Yep.
mechanic.
so let's see. It is still dyed blue. So against Wither, this is still going to be a clash. Against Thessia, you'll be rolling to die, and this attacks at a flat 15.
Okay, so this is to do for me?
Yes.
Okay.
No!
Okay, that's going to succeed at hitting both of you. So here's the base damage. So Thessia, you're going to take 8 damage.
Oh, I'm glad I did what I did earlier then, because I would.
You'd have been out.
I'd have been out.
And let's see. It doesn't have a die here. I should have decided exactly how to resolve this. No, I don't think we're doing anything special because it was a clash. That's just going to determine if it hits. So Wither, that's also going to be 8 damage against you.
Okay. I maybe need to turn my green off.
And that is tail turn, so it has to give the next turn to Orcris.
I'm going to gather. I pull out my pickaxe and I start mining ore while the monster is here.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, no, I want some of this some of this special stone.
Homie is about to leave us for fucking dead. Good for him.
Goals. Okay. Do you carry a pickaxe around, or how
no,
literally should I take
I'm
that?
literally no. I'm just monster hunter. And so
I see.
what I'm going to do instead is just pick up whatever extra loosened. Like if it feels heavier than it should, I'm keeping it.
Okay. Go ahead and make a roll to do. See how much you can find in a quick time.
Yeah.
In a quick time video player.
Event.
Okay. Yeah, as you scrabble and scrape at the area Thessia was carving it from before, you're able to come up with 2 very small pieces of it. Small, like the size of like a pencil eraser. So it's maybe a little smaller than the one she used before, but comparable.
Splendid. I'm going to run.
God, you're funny.
Slide down into the crater and hoof.
Yep.
Okay. Don't forget that you have, let's see, 1, 2, 3,
I think
4,
I have
5,
one
6. Yep, you
extra
moved 7.
movement.
Yep. No, 7. You have 7 movement. You chose
Yeah.
movement instead of hit points.
I
So,
did.
Indeed. All right. And that's going to be the end of the round. So everyone roll to die.
Yaga Bobby.
I keep it a green. Fuck it.
I lock into blue.
I think it'll go red again this time. And because you had the last turn, Orcris, it is on you to choose who goes first this round.
The stone swimmer.
You're
Head or
so
tail?
evil, bro.
Tail.
Okay. Yeah, so it lets out another of those guttural screeches, and its tail begins coiling around it. It rises higher and higher, and then wham! It brings the full length of it down, and seemingly selectively makes it no longer phase through the stone because the coil slams down all around it. This is going to strike characters within 15 feet of it, which I have a handy dandy little, yes, that is indeed both of you.
Oh.
So this is going to be, this is not going to be a clash against either of you. This is a flat 15 to hit, so roll to die.
I can use my thingy, right?
Yes, you do
Cool.
get your bond suit.
I'm gonna.
And don't forget that because you leveled up that gift, it now applies to your rolls to do on clashes as well when you're
Gotcha.
defending.
Okay.
Okay, so Wither, you manage to evade this attack. Thessia, you do not, and the bulk of the tail slams down pretty much right on top of your head. which is going to be good for,
Oh my
for
god!
10 damage.
No, it doesn't.
No? Oh?
I disagree. This is kind of what I was baiting it for. So, to level up the truth, I can use my power to negate a roll to do that would have otherwise resulted in a character taking a wound, or use your power to ensure that a roll to do results in a character taking a wound when the roll would have otherwise missed. It's not going to hit Thessia. I'm going to level that up.
Okay. And in your version of events, how did it not quite hit her?
It may find that it is a little bit confused that what it intended to do, it actually did not. It will just slide clean through the ground. The tail will slide clean through the ground and not do anything.
Yeah, you see its the red light streaming from its eyes flicker once as if to indicate a blink, and it shifts somewhat uncertainly, almost examining its tail. Like, is this thing on? Kind of way. All right, you that's your one use of the truth, but you have indeed met the level up condition.
Hey!
Congratulations. The first gift achievement level up ever won. All right, I need to get a little sound effect in here that's like or some shit like that. Achievement trophy unlock on PlayStation Network sound effect. All right, so Thessia, you do not take damage from that as the tail passes through the stone cleanly right before you. That is tail turn, and let's see. It was first to act this round. I think it will pass it to. It'll pass it to Thessia.
Okay. I'm gonna try some weird dumb shit. So I'm gonna use my
shit.
Yeah, because I'm gonna listen. I want to level up too, so I'm gonna use my uncommon mobility to reach somewhere unexpected. I would like to climb up the spine of this creature as it's like recoiling from the tail slam, but in the process, as I'm going through with as many of those little dense rocks as I can, I'm gonna try and stick them in various crevices along the body, jump off, and then activate the Thale rune on all of them as I drop down. So it's like miniature bombs along its entire body.
That's just because it's movement, placing them, and using the rune. I think that's a little more than I'd normally let you do in a single turn, so I will let you do it if you ignite and lock out your swing.
Then my...
You'll still get to, actually, I'm slightly unclear on the rules here. I believe you still get to make the roll first, but you'll have to lock out your swing when you're done.
Got it. Okay. Then I will absolutely do that. So, I'm gonna use the Scion Debt again.
Okay. And how did your education prepare you for this particular situation there, Thessia?
What are you talking about? We just learned this.
Yeah. I don't know if it's strictly privileged education, but I think there's been many times where Thessia has, but probably when helping her dad with various things and learning a little bit about the rune. I wouldn't be surprised if there were times where hey, Goober, I can't get up there. Can you go check on the stability of the rune and whatnot? And because she's like a little squirrel, she was able to scurry on up and take a gander at it more efficiently and things like that. Or even the situation of maybe because she has to get to her job and she has to take unorthodox paths to get there quickly to not be late. She has had...
Okay, I'll give it to you.
What is harder, riding subway or rock snake?
All right.
Dude,
well, okay.
Thessia sucks at rolling.
It still has to roll to die.
Oh my god.
That's your character sheet. Don't want to accidentally roll to die.
Oh god.
Here we go. Give me your roll there, buddy. Roll to die. Okay, it's gonna keep that. So first of all, yeah, I think Yeah, so you managed to dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge, and get up on the Hydra's back momentarily, climbing and climbing and climbing, and you try and stick these small, super dense pebbles to the creature's back, but its exterior is so hard and so constantly shifting that you're not able to quite find purchase with them. And they end up slipping off of it and just kind of landing around the area. They're around, you're not sure where they are, so they're still there if you want to try and detonate them, but you have no idea what's gonna get hit if you do so. So that's gonna be the result of your roll. Now, 2 other things are gonna happen. First of all, you've bumped your debt up to 8. Go ahead and roll that good D20.
Yep. Dip passes.
Okay. And also, as you scamper over the creature, its patterns start to shift beneath you.
Ooh.
Because you were dyed blue when you did the action, even though you
Yeah.
did lock yourself out afterward.
Interesting.
All right. That was your turn. Who's going next? It can be Orcris, Wither, or Tail.
Can't it be Orcus, Wither, or Head?
Yeah, you picked Tail.
You are correct. Tail was what went. Yes, yeah. Those
Wither.
So I'm trying to figure out what the battle tactic is here. Does it look like we're trying to run from this thing? Are we trying to kill this thing? What seems to be the idea here? And also, what seems to be agitating it? Was it me poking around in the sandbox?
I think
Was
me
it you
making a
guys
bomb.
playing with? Yeah, was it you guys
Probably
playing with nuclear fission?
bombs.
Okay, okay.
You contemplate this, and it, based on the simple observable evidence, probably what actually called it here to go after you now was all the noise and tremors made by the bomb testing. However, you based on what the voice told you earlier, possibly this is what it was referring to, and it did say that
It
a
means
danger
me
was
harm.
lying in wait for you specifically.
Oh, it wants fucking revenge on me?
Well, whether it means you, Wither, or you plural, all of you, not entirely clear, but that was said earlier.
Oh my god,
indeed-
this fucking Moby Dick whale.
And indeed, as you contemplate this question, as if in response, you do hear the voice again momentarily. It wants you, but you can take it.
Looks at my rolls. Are we certain?
Wither
Well,
is
they-
going to, this is the voice of God, clearly, right? Like, duh, God wouldn't lie. They're going to walk forward and put their hand on it, and they are going to do what they do best. They are going to use their funny little ability. Where the fuck did I put it? Here it is. Oh boy. Okay. When used during a conflict, it requires you to expend your roll to do for the turn, and you must roll to hit the target if they are capable of offering meaningful resistance.
Okay.
Okay. So, that is a roll to do then, yes?
Yes. This
Okay.
one will not have the bonus because this is not
Mhm.
in defense of yourself. But yes,
Yes,
it is
correct.
a
Okay.
vanilla roll to do. It does not clash because you are dyed black,
Mhm.
so it will be opposed by this fellow's roll to die.
This is God. God wouldn't lie to me.
Oh, fuck me. I just rolled to die as you. My bad. Just gonna close that and not pick that.
Ignore that one.
Roll to die as this fellow. There we go. Okay, yeah, he's just gonna stick. 14 against your 20, so that will hit.
Whoa, okay.
Okay,
that's
so you
1d.
successfully use the gift, so it's gonna do 1d6, or no, sorry, it's just gonna deal it's gonna deal the 6 damage that you rolled, but you get to heal 1d6 off of
1d6, yep.
this.
Okay, so roll 1d6. Ooh! Ah! Ah, pow! Hmm.
Hooray!
Well, to be fair, this is a rock. I normally don't eat rocks, you know.
Yeah, you know. That's you leave that to the rest of Scott.
Mhm.
You manage to slap a hand on this creature's side, and you hear a faint hiss as the rock beneath on the creature's flank begins to discolor slightly and sort of bubble like plagued flesh. And the creature looks down bewildered and sees this happening and lets out a sort of halting screech. And you can consider it maybe taunted again also.
Ooh, okay. Chris, you are next, yes? You have the option to be next?
Orchrus
or the
the
head.
head.
Oh, Orchrus or the head. Let's do Orchrus.
Okay. I stop. I turn around for a second. I look at the situation. And damn it. I'm going to move forward and I'm going to throw 2 knives at this motherfucker.
All right, the old reliable. Go
Mhm.
ahead and make a roll to do.
Just gonna see if this is even within the realm of working.
Let's see. Roll to die. It's not a clash. Okay, 22 is greater than 18. I assume you're just rolling for damage here, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Make sure I got that 6 damage from before. Yeah, you hurl 2 knives at the creature, and they strike the crystals just a little bit above its head, causing one to crack and one to outright shatter. And the creature kind of lurches for a moment as if disoriented. That'll be good for 5 damage.
Cool.
Oh my god. We did damage.
And
yeah,
the
it's the
head
head's
is the
turn.
only thing left to act. And the creature is going to rear back and snap its body like a whip straight at you, Wither. It's going to, I think it's going to ignite here.
Ooh.
It's going to ignite for the additional effect here. It wants to try and hit you for damage and also knock you away down into the crater. So, first of all, we'll go ahead and do that roll. Just good old-fashioned roll to do. Opposed by your roll to die, with bonus, of course.
Doo-ba-doo. Ah, pachow.
Yes!
Nice. Okay, yeah, you manage to sidestep as this pillar of stone whips past your face at a slightly uncomfy speed, and you feel the air rush past you. And it locks out the blue for that attempt. And that is the end of the round. Let's roll to die. I think it's gonna lock,
Hey, number buddies.
yeah.
Hey.
Oh, pretty.
And I think it's gonna put, let's see, has everyone, okay, yeah. It's gonna put the head first again, and it's going to, its head rears back and plunges into the stone, and it pops up back behind you here.
No dinner.
And it's going to lash. It's going to try and, since you dodged the last one, Wither, it's going to bet that you're off balance now and actually just come down with its head to try and just stab you with all the sharp crystals around its maw.
I will hold out my arms like a hug. Like, yes, come to me.
And this will be a roll to do. Against your roll to die.
And yeah. No. Oh no. Oh
For
no.
me, it's
I think, I actually don't remember if the rules say, they probably do. I'm just gonna do it D&D style where meets it beats.
Okay.
makes sense.
Because that's just most usual. So
I am inviting in a giant rock pillar.
Indeed. It looks like you didn't add your 2d6 though.
Oh shit! Right, yes, my bad. Hang on.
So it looks like you'll probably be okay
You
here.
beat it
Yeah, I'll probably
anyway.
be okay. Hang on.
Yeah.
Do I just roll 2d6 on the side of that?
Yeah, you can just chuck another couple dice in there.
2d6. Boop.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and its head carves up the stone basically at your feet, sending splinters blowing past between your legs and ruffling the veils on your body. But once again, your body is itself unharmed, and the creature's head whips back and it looks down at you, and you can feel its yellow pigmented frustration. And it's gonna give the turn to, we'll give the turn to Orcris.
Okay. I'm going to continue I like the idea that Thessia had, and so I'm going to stick one of the little pebbles that I had. I'm going to try to blop it onto its tail while it's not paying attention to me.
Mhm.
And then sort of like signal to Thessia, like, hey, I got it.
Okay. Go ahead and make a roll to do.
Okay. Oh.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, you manage to carve just a tiny little slot for it with a knife while it's distracted, lashing it with her, and you mash one of the tiny shards of super dense rock into its tail there.
And then I'm going to run.
Okay. And who's up next?
Thessia is.
Cool. I am going to scurry to about here. And with the chisel again, I'm going to try and target it at where the pebble is and all that. And use my rune through the diamond to try and activate it directly.
Okay. Are you carving a new rune here?
That's the biggest reason I'm going to be using the chisel, is
Okay.
because I've got it on the back of that ready to go, so I can just quickly activate it. There is a moment where Thessia considers using
Using the one that's down here. That's really what I was getting at. Whether you want to go for fucking ape shit town or not.
oh
Well, obviously, you'll just teleport back up to the top of the hole.
Duh,
again.
duh.
Don't mention the library. What? Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun.
I'm gonna
Just a little Aram Pain joke for no one.
No one.
Can I roll to die to see what comes through?
You know what? This is a significant decision that could be informed by different aspects of your character. So even though it is an extra little advantage mid-combat, but yes, I will allow it.
I won't lock in the color. Literally, I'm just seeing.
Oh, you just want a
It's just
you want
to
an
see.
you want an improv prompt.
Emotionally, she's like, that's a bad idea. But if blue is higher than yellow, she'll be like, but I have to know.
Very funny to me here that your gut is what's telling you to not do it, while your thinking brain is like, but what if?
Listen, I'm playing
Wouldn't
her
it be
as
funny?
okay. Well,
Yeah.
so no matter what, it wasn't going to beat, but I was going to see if it at least met, and it just barely doesn't. Like, you see a hand reaching down, and then like another hand reaches and goes, no, and
No.
uses her third and fourth hand to activate the rune on the chisel instead.
Since it's based on your emotion, I think it's also it's possible you look down and the negative feeling of like, oh, that's right, I almost died, right? It's still right there, is what makes the difference tiebreaker in the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the rune on the back of the chisel flares to life, and you reach out with your senses. You find the rock that Orcris planted on its tail, and you reach out and try and get it. Go ahead and roll to do.
Oh my god. Oh.
Let's see. This is a clash.
It sure is. Oh. Do I go into further debt? Like, I gotta come up with another reason why. Because it's not privileged education. I've just been fucking around with these explosive pebbles for the last, like, 5 minutes.
I mean, that's the most privileged information. Only 3 people are aware of it.
I mean, I guess that is true.
That is a
Wow.
technical that is applicable per the dictionary definition, but not what the gift is about.
Boy, I didn't think
would-
I'd be using this gift this much. But, like,
I mean,
God.
that's what happens when you can't roll above a 3.
All right, I'll do it.
Okay.
Hey, all right.
So, how did all your family connections furnish you with the relevant education here?
Well, because my mother tried to make a deal with this mine that eventually exploded with breath and then we fell hundreds of feet into the hole, it's the only reason I even have access to these explosive pebbles.
You are technically correct.
Once again, very privileged information.
Yeah, all right, you son of a bitch.
I've already bumped my debt to 9.
Yep. We're speed running. Okay. So first of all, let's resolve this. So you do win the clash here.
Yep.
Do you want to lock out to try and get extra damage?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'm already like deep in the hole.
think
Let's go nuts.
It is not gonna lock out to reduce damage. So first of all, your roll here with your effective 6 is gonna be good for 12 damage right off the bat.
Yep.
With that lockout.
Hey, I got a
Second-
question here.
yeah.
After a while, can we change your Betalist whatever the fuck into in the hole?
You got to go dig those holes.
Yeah. In the hole does make a lot of sense, actually.
So second, because this was set up by Orcris before, go ahead and roll me an additional d6 of damage.
Orcris, would you like the honors of rolling this extra d6?
I bet that would be yeah.
I think it's better if you do it.
I think so
D6
too.
rolls. You've had some okay d6 rolls.
Let me
It's just
see.
your
Let me see. Let me
d20s that have been ass mode.
Yeah, you have had some good d6s, which means that it's you're due for a bad one. I'll
Yep.
take it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, we like that.
Yeah, so you reach out and you hear a pop and a screech as the stone expands and rips apart a section of this creature's tail. Not entirely like bisecting the creature, but giving it basically a sudden burst out the side. Crystals shatter and go flying, and its whole body flops over for a second, and it lets out the loudest and most incoherent screech you've heard yet, as you basically just, like, have you ever seen the James Bond movie that, I think it's Live and Let Die, where the bad guy is an extremely racist caricature witch doctor?
Yeah.
And
Yes.
So he kills the bad guy in that by somehow forcing he has like a compressed air pod for an
Oh
like
my
a
God.
inflatable pontoon, and he forces it into the guy, and the guy literally goes
Holy shit!
and blows up like a balloon and explodes.
Oh my jeez. Bond.
It's from the Roger Moore era, so it's both
Yeah.
horrifying and
And
silly.
funny.
Anyway,
Holy
that's what
fuck.
you just did to this guy a little.
Thumbs up to Orcris.
Yeah, silent thumbs up. All right, Jesus Christ, how horrifying. And now, go ahead and roll that d20 for debt. All right.
Oog.
Yep.
So you can no longer activate this gift in this session.
No, I need it.
Because you are-
the only
you
thing that's
are-
kept our head above water.
You are now due for a severe complication from your family ties by the end of next session. So look forward to
Wow.
in the standard like Nintendo Direct. Please look forward to
Please
it.
look forward to it.
Yep. Oh God, couldn't get a little under it. Nope. Good old
Nope.
Thessia.
And your debt in that circumstance also reduces slightly. Go ahead and roll a d6 for that.
Oh, I'm sure this will be excellent.
Okay.
Oh.
Your debt goes back down to 4.
All right. Hey, look at that.
All right. Now starring. We've had Orcris this round. It's just
I
the
believe it's
tail
just
and
it,
Wither.
yeah.
Yeah.
Wither also has not acted this
Oh,
round, I
okay.
don't believe.
Do the tail. I need to take damage.
Okay, tail.
Tail it is. Yeah,
It
the
attacks you, Thessia.
the stone swimmer thrashes around, and its tail begins in a series of lightning quick strikes, jutting up, phasing through the rock, and just boring through it at random intervals like a whack-a-mole. And this is going to strike characters at a higher elevation. So that's going to be Orcris and Wither are both going to be on the hook for this. And it's not a clash with either of you, so both of you roll to die.
Also, do we need these little purple squares over here?
Oh, no, sorry, I forgot I didn't left
No,
those
that's fine.
there.
I just wanted to double check in case they were still important.
Okay, this attacks at a flat 15, so Wither, you again managed to avoid here.
No, I
Orcris-
wanted that.
Orcris needs to lock in, but your total appears to be 13.
Oh, you were actually close.
Orcris, you are going to take 4 damage.
I should have changed my mind and taken that Urple, but it's okay.
That Orpal.
Urple.
Okay, and Wither, back to you.
Well, I do not have the opportunity to eat my spaghetti right now. God, what the fuck do I even do? What the fuck do I even do? I'm just gonna... Okay, so it's probably gonna strike down at the lower level next. What do I have here? What do I have here to use? I am gonna take out... This is gonna seem stupid.
Mhm.
But you guys are experimenting, so I'm going to experiment. I have
Yeah.
multiple of these, I would say. I will take out one of the little vials in which I have bottled up the blossoms there, and I am going to whip it at this thing. Hopefully, they will carnivorize it.
Oh, okay. The
I've never
blossoms,
seen these interact, but it's interesting.
The blossoms from just now, or...
Yes.
Okay. Sure. Go ahead and make a roll to do.
Okay. I saw that 19.
I don't think this is something it's going to actively defend against, so I'm just going to assign a difficulty for this.
Who
to see
knows?
if
Maybe it has a pollen allergy, and that's why it's so mad.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you throw the vial, and the creature is large enough that you are able to strike it on some part of its body. The glass shatters, and the blossoms go scattering across it, and are very quickly crushed and shredded by the gyrations of the creature's body.
Fair
No.
enough.
Here's this particular experiment does not lead to nuclear fission.
I understand. It's
Damn.
okay. All right, I will stand here and ready myself for whatever the fuck comes next.
All right,
You don't
well,
wanna
what's
run?
coming next is a roll to die for
I
everyone.
guess- No, I want to stay here.
Okay.
Roll to die. Boopity boop.
Ooh.
Dude, this fucking black is giving me 6s every time.
Well, because you're locked in.
Huh?
Because you
When it's your existing swing, it just keeps it when you roll to die.
Oh, I didn't know that.
You can choose to drop it before rolling to die if you want to re-roll it.
Oh,
But,
no,
yeah,
no.
no.
No,
I need
you're
this
good.
shit.
Yeah.
That's
Why
the
would
nice
I do
thing.
that?
That's the nice thing about having a swing, that until you choose to ignite it for something or someone forces you to drop it, you can hold it forever.
Cool.
As long as, well, yeah, okay, yeah. Anyway, proceed. So it's gonna be on you, Wither, to choose who goes first.
Thessia, because they've locked and loaded the thing, haven't they?
The thing has been detonated already.
Oh, I see. Okay, Okris, then. You'll come up with something funny and stupid.
Something funny, something stupid. I slide down and I'm just gonna throw more knives at it.
hey,
Okay, this is gonna be a clash.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh.
Whoa!
thank God.
All right. So.
Absolutely gonna lock out my swing on that.
For damage. Okay. Then let's see. Yeah, I think it's gonna stand firm again. It's gonna keep its red swing. And actually, no, I thought of a funny tactic that it can attempt. So no, it'll lock out for to take only normal damage instead of double. So yeah, you throw another barrage of knives, and this time one manages to strike the creature's underside, sort of at the section of 2 plates of its underbelly. That'll be good for 6 damage. And who's going next?
Wither.
What you
I
got
have a
with her?
funny question.
Yeah.
Hang on. So, from Life from Death,
Yeah.
the caveat with it is that I may only use this ability once per session. However, your one use is refreshed anytime you take damage. Does that have to be damage inflicted by an outside source?
That's not what it says.
It's not what it says. The intent of that clause, of course, is to make it so you can't just spam infinite heals anytime you're outside of combat.
Yes,
So
so-
I think what I'm gonna say is you can do something to self-damage. However, you cannot just be like, I pricked myself with a pin for 1 damage, and
No,
now
no,
I
I know.
heal for 1d6. So
Just
if
belt
you-
flop into the hole.
if you're gonna damage yourself, I think regardless of how you choose to flavor it, you are gonna have to take at least. You're gonna have to put yourself on the hook for at least a d6 of damage.
Okay, because in my mind, my reasoning for doing this is not so that I can self-heal. That isn't the point. Wither wants to know why the fuck this thing is so yummy. This is purely out of innate curiosity. Why do rock look yummy? Yeah, that's fine. I can take at least 1d6. So I will literally like just fucking go prone and fall down into the hole. And if this thing takes a swing at me, my prepared stupidness is to be like, yum, delicious, and just grab at it.
Okay, then I think the way we'll resolve this is so you're gonna tumble on down, and obviously there's no attacks of opportunity in Sentiment, but that's pretty much what you're inviting here
Yes, I'm
deliberately.
invoking it.
So yeah, it'll go ahead and roll to try and hit you. If you want to just fail the roll to die and actively invite it to strike you so that you can then attempt to use your gift on it, then I'm
Yes.
okay with that. Okay.
Yes.
Then we're just gonna see if it should it happen to crit here. No. Okay, so you're gonna take 2 damage.
Okay, not bad at all. Okay.
It slams down a segment of its crystalline body next to you as you tumble down into the crater. But it's next to you for long enough for you to reach out and kind of just try and belly flop onto it. Fucking surfs up, bro. So now go ahead and make your roll to do.
Okay, and can I apply my million footsteps beneath to this too? No, that's only in opposition when it's coming out.
Yeah, that's
okay.
when you're defending yourself.
Gotcha. Ah, fucker.
Just gonna lock in this. Okay, yeah, it's roll to die is a little higher, so you manage to flop on it, but it's moving so quickly that you just kind of get flung off into the side immediately without time to lay hands upon anything other than the crystal.
Okay.
Okay, who's acting next? It can be
Thessia.
Thessia, head or tail. Don't forget
Oh,
both have yet
yeah.
to act
I
round.
would call it its tail.
Yeah, tail actually.
Okay. Yeah, it is dyed yellow, so another barrage of thrusting uppercuts. But you're all down here with it, so it does not target any of you with that.
Huzzah!
Well metagamed. And it's going to pass to Thessia.
Okay.
Come back when you're a little richer.
Thessia is just gonna, it's not exciting or interesting. We're just gonna go for the 15-foot reach using the chisel. So +2 on this attack. Oh my god, a
Ooh.
real number!
Impossible.
Damn,
let's
it
see.
still rolled so good!
All right. That is a hit, though. For 5 damage, a lance of diamond pierces through the creature and withdraws quickly into your palm. And it's only the head left to act.
Yeah, we'll let the head do its thing. Does this thing look like it's close to being wounded in any capacity, or?
I'm not sure. I haven't decided what my general guidelines are going to be for furnishing you with that information. So for now, I'm going to sit on that info.
Fair enough.
I think. Let's see. It can't clash with anyone. I think. It's been taunted by Wither a couple times. I think on this occasion, it's just going to retaliate against its most recent attacker. So it is going to strike at you, Thessia.
Excellent. This is going to be good. Okay.
Okay, so that will be a hit. The chisel snaps back into your hand. And the creature is like almost right behind it. It felt the sting of pain, whipped around, and brings its jaw down upon you, and just kind of catches you across the side and knocks you on your ass. That's going to be good for 7 damage.
I will lock out my red.
So that is for reducing the double damage off of a clash that cannot protect you against just the baseline damage.
Then I will go down to -1.
Okay, so we'll set yourself to 0 because you can't actually go below that.
Okay.
Put your swing. You're gonna want to put your swing back to that red 5 because it matters for the recovery roll.
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, go ahead and hit that recovery roll button. Now, just go ahead. Okay, so pick a swing, and then after you have done so, that will restore your hit points. Okay, back to 10, and now wound one of your attributes.
I will wound. I'll wound yellow. She's trying to avoid getting emotional. She needs to lock it the fuck in.
Lock in, bro.
Girl, you need to lock in and roll above 5. Do it.
All right, that is the last action of the round. Everyone can roll to die.
Roll to die. Watch out.
Ooh.
It's still in Unga Bunga mode. Too many concussions.
Go.
And I think it's gonna give it to Thessia again.
Huh. Boy, clashing with this has not been shaking out so hot for me. Let's see here. I think... Is there anything that you two could use help with that I can, like, set you up for?
Immobilizing this thing so I can drink my fucking smoothie with no hands.
Okay. I might get hurt in this process, but we can certainly try.
The Matt Mercer special.
Yeah.
You can certainly try.
You can certainly try. Thessia's gonna once again do some wild movement, crawling up the body as best as she can, and her goal is to just cover the eyes with her 4 arms to just like.
Oh wow, okay.
We're not even going for
You're going
damage.
full on bucking bronco mode.
I rolled a 1 on brain, and we have no emotions. Yeah.
Sure. You know what? Fair. Okay. This will be a clash.
Thessia. Oh my god.
Oh, I saw the 1! Oh, for a second I thought you had it.
Dude, Jesus.
Well, you don't have your reroll available anymore.
Nope.
Orcris has used his, so I think
this
that is
happens.
going to stand. All right. Yeah. So you clamber up the creature, chucking yourself from crystal to crystal as you move along the length of its body, drawing closer and closer to the head. And it whips left. It whips right. You've got 4 arms to cling on, and it frustratedly finally just rises rapidly and tries to crush you against the ceiling, only to realize, oh, right, the ceiling goes up for 2 miles from here. There's a moment where you're like, haha, didn't think of that, did you? And then it whips to the side and slams you into the wall.
Oh, God.
So you will end up back where you were here, and you're gonna take 6 damage from that. It's not gonna lock out for damage. Do you want to lock out to take to block that?
I need every hit point I can get.
Okay.
Because like, if when it does its red nonsense where it does the tail thing, I'm not going to be able to get through it regardless. The DC is just too high. So yeah, I will at least just mitigate the damage.
If it does the red nonsense.
Weird question. Probably no, because I did roll a 2 on all this. But I was thrown up into the big hole and then slammed against the wall. Right?
Yeah.
Am I able to monkey latch onto the wall and just hang out above and just not be down here?
I would say yes if you had a swing to ignite for that, but you're igniting it to reduce damage. So
That's
I will,
fair. And I will
so
come
you
back
will
down
end
to
up
Earth.
back down here. And who's acting next? That was your turn.
Oh boy. You know what? Snake Head.
Okay. Sned over here is, let's see. I think seeing you flop back onto the ground and perceiving that it has already weakened you, it's going to turn its attentions here, and it suddenly rushes and snaps at you, Orcris. This is going to be a roll to do against your roll to die.
Well, shit.
So that is going to hit. You can lock in whatever swing you want off of that.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, its crystalline jaws snap around your leg and nearly yank you off your feet. You managed to free yourself, but it hurty. Fangs kind of scrape across you and don't quite plunge in, but it nearly like got you there. You're gonna take 6 damage from that.
Yes. Oops. That's actually just fine.
And it'll pass the turn to you.
Yes, it will. I want to, wide-eyed like a madman, I want to crawl into its mouth and start stabbing up into its head.
Mad lad.
boy.
Not like into its mouth, but like I'm just gonna it's got its thing around its mouth is around my leg, and I'm just gonna take my knife in and start stabbing inside.
Now that does no, I'm not gonna bring that up here. I'll bring it up as an addendum after the fight, but I don't want to change horses midstream. Yes, proceed. Don't worry about it. Yeah. Okay. This will be a roll to die.
Oh my god, this fucking snake.
I'll give you a choice though. Do you still want to end up in its mouth or not?
Yes.
All right.
What kind of question is that?
You crawl into its mouth and begin stabbing away. The inside of this part, the near part of its mouth, is still just about as hard as the non-crystalline hide. So you get to work stabbing, but it's not as easy as stabbing into flesh, which you're frankly a little more accustomed to. Let's see. Right. Okay, I did that correctly. I changed to yellow because you rolled to do with yellow. So we'll just put you here.
Yep. Hooray!
And who acts next, Wither or Tail?
Wither.
Okay.
The Wither.
Okay, so basically everybody is around it, right? Like
Yeah,
he
Thessia's on the ground next to it. Orcris is having a going to
mouth.
town inside its mouth. Yeah.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
I will scootly do down, and then I will go and find the tail. Where's the tail? I want to basically have each, like all three of us, kind of distracted at different sections, so it doesn't know where to concentrate and it doesn't know what to get at.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah, I think you can do that. Okay. Let's put you there. And then, are you going for the slurp again?
The slurp hasn't been working so good. I have another idea. What do you guys think? Should I do my other idea, or should I just try for another college slurp?
I
If it's a good old college slurp.
You should go for the slurp.
One vote slurp.
Honestly, why not?
I'm going town. I'm going to town in its mouth, college slurp style.
All right, and that's a roll to do, yeah.
Yeah, she slurp on my college till I. Oh,
This is
Oh
what the
my
fucking
God.
college slurp gives us, dude.
Jesus.
Dude, these
Also-
rolls.
Also, it is really rolling like a god on its
Well,
rolls to
you know what? The
dial.
good thing is, no matter what, I think if I use this ability, do I need to succeed on it? Because if not, then I've definitely leveled it up.
No, you do need to actually successfully.
Fuck! What's the point?
It's okay. You could.
Fucking
You
bullshit.
might win.
And the only thing left is the tail.
Oh wait, never mind. I
No,
thought, I
I
didn't
won't.
see that you had already rolled.
No, I rolled and I failed.
Only thing left is the tail. I'm not gonna count its mouth as a high point relative to it, because you could be higher.
I would
So,
consider
yeah,
that position at
its
low point in
tail
your life.
streaks around the room, jutting out of the floor with greater and greater speed at more and more irregular angles. As it gets more and more frantic with these tiny fire ants crawling on it,
Ants.
stinging it. But no, none of you are above it. None of you get hit. Hey, it looks like I did you a solid by not having you be on the edge of the pit above there, Thessia.
Yeah.
It's going to slide its tail into its mouth, Ouroboros style, and then roll around like a wheel.
Everyone roll to die. We're in a new act.
God. Yeah, I mean, powering through my concussion.
Wait, what? I rolled a die, didn't I?
It doesn't look like it.
Nope, you have not yet.
It ain't
Okay,
your
there we
roll.
go.
I think
Oi.
you might want to be yellow. This fucking snake is always picking the same color.
And oh yeah, no, it really does. It's always
It's an
roll the
animal. It's
best
got
the
one
same
idea.
I think we'll start with Orcris this round. I want to see where you go from here on your mouth journey.
It's gonna be a throat journey.
Oh.
I crawl further into it.
Dude, voice acting is such a beautiful career.
Yeah,
My
and,
throat journey. What point are you at in your own personal throat journey?
And yeah, I'm gonna
Looks at
like
the
just
camera.
see if I can stab into it and just crawl my way through with my knife above me like a lit torch.
Holy shit, Indiana Jones.
All right, roll to do.
Yo, this guy fucking rules. Oh,
Yeah!
okay. That's a
yeah.
real ass number.
That's gonna hit. So as you get a little deeper into its gullet, you find the place where its tough plating starts to recede. You're past the point at which, it's supposed to have chewed stuff already, so you're getting more into esophagus town where it is not in any way hardened.
I will let this thing choke to death on me.
Cool.
Yeah, you are obstructing its airway and stabbing it, neither of which it enjoys. That's gonna be good for 5 damage, and its first wound.
Oh my God.
We got to get the fuck out of here and crawl backwards.
Okay, so it's going to, now I'm going to offer you a choice here. So, for recovery roll for a boss like this, it has two options, but you get to pick which it's going to do. Do you want it to do a normal recovery roll and choose one of its attributes to wound, or do you want it to get 2 rolls worth of health back, but you get to decide what attribute it has to wound?
I don't know what its attributes are.
Well, you know what they make the tail do, basically.
Oh shit. hang
So
on.
do you want to force it to wound a specific color in exchange for letting it have more health?
I don't think
do
we
you
want it to have more health. I think we
No,
want
I
it.
don't think we do.
Okay. Then it's going to do a normal recovery roll and choose what to wound. Oh, I guess technically I should have had it die yellow from Orcris for... Well, whatever. We'll resolve this first. So there's the recovery roll. I think it's going to keep the blue, and it's going to recover the 13, and then it's going to wound yellow.
Okay.
All right. So that is Orcris's action. Who's next?
Gosh, I think it's Thessia.
Yeah. So, Wither, do you need to be down here?
Not really, no.
Okay. So, I think because blue is going to hit everything on the lower level.
Mm-hmm.
So do you want me to use my turn to just like move you up in case you've got another plan, or are you going to try and
Yeah,
like...
sure, because it's got it. So it's wounded. It's yellow, right?
Correct.
And it's blue. We know is the tail thing to do like the ring around the rosy, right?
Red
Yeah,
is right around it. So
Red
Oh.
is an area around it. Blue is characters who are below it in altitude.
Okay. Even though it's yellow is wounded, I think I know what I want to do. My next turn involves that. So if you want to like just chuck me up there, that's fine.
yeah, I will use my forearm skill to just like pick you up under a pair of them, and then we're gonna just go up to this higher level. And I think that's more or less just gonna be my turn, is just to, because I think it's gonna be the action to like pick you up and the actual movement to get us up here. So
Okay.
that way you've got a full set of, if you wanted to move or something else, you've got the whole gambit available. And I guess
So head, tail, wither. What's next?
I guess we should probably make the head go so we know what it's doing. I mean, it's probably gonna try and get at Orcris, who's just inside.
Who can say?
Maybe. Hey man, this guy tried to run away from us. He tried to run away all by himself. If he gets ate by his own mistake, that's his own mistake.
I feel bad.
I did
Oh, well.
not try to run away. I just built distance between us
Oh,
so that
that's
when I
was
started
a,
throwing knives, I'd be
strategic-
okay.
Strategic retreat, wasn't
Hey,
it? Yeah.
He didn't
Yeah.
think it was weird I kept on making bombs and actually encouraged it. So I'm fine with this guy.
It's got fucking rules.
I've got fucking rules.
Well, who's going?
The head.
Okay. The creature lashes around, turns to face the two of you, looking at you slightly blearily now.
Neener, neener.
And it... Orcris, you can feel muscles heaving.
He's trying to throw you up.
The snake body compressing and extending, muscling you up. And it's going to try to grind you up and spit you out at Wither.
Uh-oh.
Cool.
It's going to ignite for this because it's trying to damage multiple people. But first, it's going to roll to do against you.
No. No.
It's not.
No.
A clash. It's not a clash. You're just rolling to die here.
Oh, okay.
This is beatable.
Eh.
Well,
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 Yellow's still good.
Yeah.
Okay. You're going to take 7 damage from that, since that's what it rolled for effect, as it pushes you up and out, and you are ground as if you were food against the sharp, rough stone inside this creature's upper throat and mouth, as it forces you, muscle motion by muscle motion, up towards its teeth, and then it expels you in a shower of crystal straight out towards Wither. So Wither, it's also going to roll against you. Okay,
And
roll to die.
Roll to die, and that is to defend, so I'm going to use my Bibble Boop.
2d6.
Pow. Yes.
It's pretty
Okay,
good.
yeah. So Orcris does not collide with you. He instead strikes the cavern wall just to your side. And so you are unharmed. The same cannot be said for him.
Yeah, no, I'm wounded for sure.
No.
What happens? So I was at 2.
So knock yourself down to 0. Can't go below that.
Easy.
And then you're going to roll to recover.
And that is a...
So that's on your rolls page.
Aha, recovery roll.
Just recovery roll, yep. So you can pick whatever swing you want from this. You'll get the total of the result back as hit points, so you'll get 10 off of this. And having chosen that, so you need to wound an attribute, and bear in mind that you will basically be suppressing that aspect of your character until it is unwounded.
Easy. I wound orange.
Yeah, no more Mr. Nice Guy. You
Great.
think you've seen some freaky shit already? Nah, dog.
Get ready.
I'm mean now. Orcris, as he hits the ground, looks up and he has 2 stone angry eyebrows.
Yeah.
Like that gif where the little doll
little bear?
whacks its face into the thing.
Yep, exactly that.
All right, that was the head, and it's gonna pass turn to Wither, I believe. It's
That's
Wither and
me.
Tail left. Yeah.
Okay, I will, this counts as a character, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, I would like to use Whispers of the Heart, and I would like to find out what its yellow roll is. Even though that won't help us immediately now, if that is a, like, mental roll, if this thing can even be considered to have them, it might give us some insight into why this fucking thing wants to kill us.
So you can trigger that ability when you roll to die and lock in black. You did do that on its turn previously, so I will allow that.
I've done that in every turn since.
Yes. However, right now it is locked into blue. That is the only attribute that it's exposing right now. Do you want to learn about its blue or do something else?
Okay, gotcha. Hang on now. Let me see, what are the other options we have here?
We gotta kill this fucking snake.
We gotta kill this fucking snake. Okay, well, if we can't strangle it from the inside, let's try and strangle it from the outside. I have a rope. Let's try and noose this thing. Anybody know how to rodeo yeehaw? Nobody?
I mean,
So I wanted to ask, because I have it, and I have locked it in. Can I use He of Rapturous Tinctures on Thessia?
Yeah, so let me...
I lock out
check.
yellow.
So it's when you roll to die and lock in a swing, you may activate this. And because it is equipped in your primary slot, you do not need to give up your swing. You can just do this when you roll to die. Which I meant to remind you of at the start of the battle and totally forgot, because it's very powerful and very useful. But yes, since you did it on the last turn, I'll let you do it now. So you have a yellow 5 here. So if you give that to Thessia, that's your hidden eye. So it lasts till the end of the round. So you'll probably want to give it to Wither if you're doing it here.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it to Wither.
Okay. So Wither, if you ignite on this turn, you basically get to ignite once without locking out your swing. you just reduce it to its current value or half of Orcris's swing. So you would reduce it to 2.
Okay, so that means...
Instead of locking it out.
Okay, and how do I ignite things? Is that...
Ignite is basically an extra cost you can pay to push your action to get more than you normally would out of it, in general.
Gotcha.
So
okay,
basically,
I
you're
would
being
add
set
a
up
2.
to get a little, you won't add anything to the roll, but you can, normally you have to lock out your swing to ignite. Now you can just reduce it to 2 while keeping it.
Okay, gotcha. So my 6 would, my 6 would go down to a 2, basically,
But
if I
you
were to
get to
keep
do
it
it.
on black.
Yeah, but you get to do an extra thing without having to lock out, which is pretty darn good.
Gotcha. Okay, I am going to try and fucking lasso this thing, so we can at least get it to stop moving in a way.
Okay.
Okay, so I will ignite this black that I have
so
here.
don't lock it out or do anything to it yet, because it'll be after the roll. But yeah, I'll say if you're gonna ignite, then I'll let you try and damage and immobilize in a single action.
Cool. Okay. All right. So how do single action would be a roll
Otherwise,
to do?
it'll just be a good old roll to do.
Okay. Plus average. 16.
That's good enough to
12. Yeah, 1 over.
Okay, yeah. So now go ahead and knock your 6 down to a 2, but it's a 6 for the purposes of this roll.
Okay.
So yeah, you sling out the rope, and the creature, which has slowed down considerably since the most recent round of hits, and looks a bit dazed after having to hack up a scorpion-shaped hairball. It's now lethargic enough for this to be actually something you can accomplish. You chuck the rope out, and it lands around its section, pretty much just at the base of its head, wraps around a crystal, and you're able to cinch it tight. And if you're trying to immobilize, are you then going to secure the rope to something, or are you just holding it? Because you are a tiny person.
I am a tiny person. There is this pillar here behind me. That is only like 2 feet away, right? Oh, I hate that button. We're getting rid of that.
Don't you like my circle?
I don't, bro. I think it's ugly. Okay, hang on. So, yeah, that's easy.
Okay, yeah,
just
yeah.
hop over there.
Just hop on over there, and yeah, and we're just gonna say that it is immobilized for this round at least.
Twirly, twirly. Okay.
And it takes the 6 damage from your effect. And it's only the tail left to act. It is in blue. That hits characters at lower elevation, and it is down there, and you are up here. So it sweeps out in a circle,
We're all cavemen.
but it just glides across the surface of the crater. There's no one nearby to hit, and it's a new round.
Am I able to drop my swing before rolling?
Yeah. You can basically drop your swing whenever you want.
Okay, then I would love to do that in the hopes of... Well, I guess we're gonna go red anyways.
Roll to die, you said?
Correct.
Okay.
You son of a bitch.
It's a low 2, though.
Oh boy.
I swear I didn't look at what you were looking at.
I'm in class and the snake keeps looking over at my desk and I'm like, what'd you write?
Let's see. The tail had the last action, so it gets to decide who goes first. I think we'll start with Orcris.
Get over here, you son of a bitch. I'm getting back in there.
Oh God, you're such a freak.
No. Let's see. I have locked. So can I use He of Rapturous Tinctures again?
Yep. It's you can use it. You can only use it once per act in combat. Meaning act being around, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. You
Thessia, you get the thing that I just gave to.
Oh.
Okay. So you can ignite while keeping your swing at your soul. Okay, yeah. So you can ignite by knocking your swing down to a 2 instead of locking it out.
Okay.
And now I'm gonna cut this motherfucker.
Is that a switchblade? He's like, come on.
Just gonna start flaying this thing.
Snake for dinner.
Sninner. All right. Go ahead and roll to do.
Sneener, sneener, neener.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah, you run up and take a swipe with your dagger, and it kind of tries to lash out to fend you off, but again, with its movements becoming more sluggish, you're able to step back just in time. The tail passes in front of you, and it gives you a perfect opportunity to just
Jump on. I'll start climbing. I'm gonna get on this guy. I want to get back up to the neck, about where I was on the inside, and just start carving.
Okay. I'll let you do that as well. That's not. I won't even make you ignite because that's not strictly advantageous. So yes, you can do that. It's
Cool, I'm igniting.
Oh, okay. What else do you want to accomplish?
I wanna like open it up enough that I can like pull it apart at the throat.
Oh my god!
Okay. I'll say you.
I guess double damage would be the way to describe that best.
Double damage is a little too strong for just igniting, but what I'll say is you can create an opportunity by carving it from the outside. Basically similar to what you did with Thessia before. You can basically leave a lingering opportunity that you can later exploit for an extra die of damage.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, 5 damage for now, and who's acting next?
Thessia.
Okay.
Oh, and almost forgot. You climb across. Oh no, it's yellow is wounded. It cannot shift to yellow.
No.
Yeah. And it's gonna do the damage around it thing.
Correct.
Yeah.
Which I can go ahead and bring back our purple friend real quick so you can see what the range on that is going to be.
Okay. So, if that is the case, sorry, Arcris, I'm not going to get any closer than this, quite frankly.
That's fine.
Luckily, yes. You know, you've made a lovely opportunity. I am going to go for it all the same. The classic, using the chisel, extending it out, getting the +2 on that. So, watch out. Oh, it's
Oh
a
no!
roll. Why with a roll?
Oh fuck! I wrote. Sorry, I had.
No, I really
Die.
needed that. I really needed that.
It's okay. You can have that. It rolled a 3.
No, if it needs to roll, it needs to roll.
No, it rolled a 3.
It rolled a 3.
Like we can see.
No,
It
well,
rolled
all
a
right,
3.
no,
It rolled a 3.
No. That was for science. I already
And
said.
of
we were
course,
giving it a
next
3.
we roll a 20, yes?
Yes. It's okay. I've already punished you by stealing the 20 one of you were gonna roll. Yes, so that will be good for at least 4 damage. Do you want to ignite for double?
Yes.
Okay.
So that'll
So
it'll
you
double
can
to
just-
8 instead of because
Yeah,
if
it'll-
it's 2, it'll just go
Correct.
back
It'll
up.
double to 8, and you can knock your red swing down to 2 instead of locking it out.
Got it. All right, bring that down to 2.
And that 8 damage is enough to score the second wound.
Oh, thank God.
So yeah, you lash out with the chisel, and with the stone swimmer momentarily restrained by the rope, you're actually able to basically strike it, similar to when Orcris found Purchase before. You strike it in its underbelly between 2 plates and just rip it open. And the creature, it screeches again, and it sounds the more pained than it has before, but it's getting quieter, it's getting weaker. And it's going to roll to recover.
Really are just playing Monster Hunter.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's
This
gonna,
bitch.
it'll take the blue, and it's gonna get 9 health back, and it's going to wound its red.
Why would you do that, bud?
That's Thessia's turn. We've got head, tail, and wither still to go this round. Wither, as the creature's cries start getting fainter and its movements more erratic and slower, you hear as if whispering over your shoulder, "Now, it's weak. It's so weak now, Wither. What you need to do if you want to make it yours, let it bite you. Let it drink from you. It cannot be them, it must be you.
Huh?
Throw a Pokeball.
Okay, hang on a minute. Huh?
You gotta get bit to fuck.
I gotta get bit to fuck. Okay.
Same.
Okay. Now, does this count as something involved with by God's hands be guided?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Yes.
You are specifically, you've got that leftover mission from before. Yeah,
yes. Okay. Okay. Yeah, Jesus Christ, but he's already trying to eat it or get eaten. What the, do we seriously have to fight for this, bro? Brother, why must we fight?
Mother!
I don't even know if I could get down there. I don't got room for that. Hang on now. 30, hang on, maybe I do.
You should have 30
yeah,
movement.
I can just get down there.
4, 5, 6, yeah. you can
5, 6,
swallow
7,
on
8.
Yeah. Well, you only had to diagonal once. You're going
I
down, so you're
suppose.
not penalized for the elevation difference.
Okay, can you explain the anatomy of where Orcus is on this and what is happening
Orcus-
there?
Orcus is on its back, up near its head, and stabbing and carving away at sort of where its head joins the main section of its body. So he is still on the outside for now.
Oh, you know what's fucking stupid? Oh my god, Jesus Christ. Okay, so, the divine inspiration strikes with her. They understand now. They realize what this crazy, crazy man has been doing. What this strange, crazy, wild-eyed, indescribable man has been doing has made no sense to them up until now. Why would you want to die or even do this? Oh wait, this is God telling you what to do. Lead by example, of course. It is
It all makes
inspiration.
sense.
They will reach up to its stupid fucking mouth and just wait for it to chomp.
Okay, so you're just gonna kind of like approach it, princess approaching a unicorn style, like there.
Princess
out.
approaching
Yeah.
a unicorn, but also like putting your head in a lion's mouth at the circus.
Okay. Well, given all that you've done to it already, including restraining it there, I don't think you need to make a roll to induce it to attack you if that's what you want. You've used that tactic once already, so if you want to, you can have it make an attack against you right now.
Yeah, go for it, man.
Okay.
Mess me up. Okay, hang on now.
And you can choose to fail this if you want. You will take 7 damage if you do.
Yeah,
Ouch.
then I'll wound one of my things. What's up?
I think he just said ouch.
Oh, okay. I thought you said actually. Yeah, sure. I'll wound my black because this is me being greedy. So wait, hang on now. Receive an additional 1d6 to hit on any roll to do. Okay. So you said I don't have to roll for this. So yeah, I will wound my black after this happens.
Okay, yeah. So it just as you envisioned, it lashes out. Its big crystalline jaw opens wide, and it chomps down on really like an entire side of your body. And you feel deep crystalline fangs plunge into your flesh from the thigh up to your torso, up to basically like your clavicle. Your whole side of the body just like you're being stapled. And your body kind of hangs limp in its mouth like a rag doll. You're already cosplaying a rag doll in any case, but even more so, you've just completed the metaphor. And let me just choose some appropriate music real quick. Sure.
I think
And
this is probably the first time in recent memory, or at least active memory, that do I feel pain? Do we feel any kind of pain?
Well, I'll tell you.
Oh.
The fangs enter your body, just digging so deep they're almost meeting in the center, and it sort of feels... It feels a bit dull and insensate, like you always do. And slowly, as if you're only sort of like... Your body is very slowly catching up to what's happening. You start to feel a dull ache radiating from the site where each of its fangs has entered your body. And then you feel something much more disturbing than that. And this creature's eye flares with blue light, and you feel it's taking. It's taking somehow. You are being emptied. You are being drawn from. And the creature kind of lifts you up and looks momentarily slightly confused. And it slowly unhinges its jaw, and the fangs spread apart, and it gives a little flick of its head and just casually tosses your limp body down to the ground of the crater. And you just kind of thump silently there. And Orcris and Thessia, you can both see where the fangs penetrated Wither on their leg and their torso and all the way up their body on both sides of it, front and back. There's no blood. Twiceborn don't bleed, or so it is commonly understood. There are black splotches, ashy, almost like the texture of the stone here. And they run. It runs like makeup runs in the rain. Black sort of streaks down the side of the body. And the creature, Orcris, as you're sawing away up there, the creature itself suddenly kind of like shudders once and then flops onto the ground passively, as if it has spontaneously died.
I think Thessia would like to run over to Wither and check on them. Wither? Hey, are you all right? That's a dumb question. You were bitten. Hello? Just like kind of shaking them a little bit.
What am I? Am I all right? Am I here?
At first I thought Wither was saying that. I was like, oh boy.
Well,
I'm gonna steal some of Wither's blood. Under the guise of examining.
literally,
Oh, yeah.
I wrote in my notes that I bet you will do that if this happens.
Yes, well,
Hey,
I did.
Thessia sees that and will expect a little.
Like, fucking excuse me?
Yeah, Orcris, you quietly, where each of the large, almost perfectly circular wounds, actually not circular because it's crystal fangs, they're almost geometric patterns.
Whoa.
Each of the wounds, you kind of, you put a container to it, let's say a little vial or something, and that sort of charcoal gray, almost black substance trickles into it in a manner that's slightly liquid, but not entirely. It sort of puts you in mind of Quicksilver. It slightly writhes into the vial. Wither, you were stunned for a moment, and now you lie there and you feel you are alive. Well, so much as you've ever been alive. You are animate still. You can feel your eyes blink once or twice. You can feel your mind continuing to limp along, but you feel drained. You feel quiet. You feel almost hollow. And I know you've probably already done it on your character sheet, but yeah, you wound that black out. And the voices are silent. You, aside from everything I said before, you feel oddly alone in this moment in a way you didn't realize you felt company before, but you feel its absence keenly now.
Still just very gently shaking them. Wither?
The spiral. The spiral is unwound. It is a line. No longer bound.
Looks to Orcris like, hey, do you know what that means?
Well, let's see. In my many years of study of this particular maybe not this particular, but of just various occult practices, near and far, spirals. Anything coming to mind?
Let me think. I'll tell you right now, the off-the-book, pre-prepared answer is no, not particularly. I'm trying to think if I want to just alley-oop this into something that I improv right here.
It could always be a brain blast
I
later.
I think you can perhaps think of, in far-off places, rituals that could tangentially be described as involving a spiral. Nothing you've ever dealt with in Scon, including Twiceborn, including Wither or Thessia, or anything that's happened in recent events, feels like it would match up with that in a way that makes you think, oh, maybe they're talking about X.
Yeah. Abubo.
I don't know, man.
Thessia turns back. What spiral? What does that mean?
They're not. Is their body reacting in any way that like a living person's body would to such a severe injury? Are they like shaking from like blood loss, or is their vision blurred?
It feels that the sense of physical dullness has kind of amped up, as if in response to the pain you might otherwise be feeling. So it sort of feels like your body's kind of asleep, in a muscle asleep sort of way. You can move it, but very clumsily, and you realize that parts of it are trembling faintly. You're only confident that you're not dying because you know, from having witnessed it at least once by now, I'm sure, that if a Twiceborn dies, usually a Twiceborn, if they have finished what they set out to do, are cremated to end their second life. But if a Twiceborn happens to die in some way prior to that, their body crumbles away into basically a substance not unlike what is oozing from you now. But when that happens, the whole body starts to go. You kind of get I don't feel so good, Mr. Starked. And you suspect that would have started happening to you by now if you were actually if your existence was about to end. So
Okay.
that's about the state that you're in.
They slowly turn, not their head, but their eye towards whatever remnants of the stone swimmer they can see, or at least in the very direction of it. And they just kind of stare at it.
You do so, and you can see, you swivel your eye around and keep it in your vision to the extent that you can. As Orcris and Thessia are, at the moment, a little more preoccupied with you. You see a ripple, a faint ripple of movement across its muscles. And it very slowly, its head begins to rise once more. slowly and deliberately now, with none of the frantic energy that it possessed before.
Damn it. Knives back out.
Rewound. Rewound. A different shape.
And the blue flares across its body, and then slowly that light begins to fade out of the crystals along its body and wind its way along its entire length toward the head until it is only the blue glowing eyes, and they glow radiantly, light practically streaming from them. And the creature slowly swivels to look at each of you in turn and ends settling on Wither. And then its body compresses. It starts to coil up a bit, and it ends with its head close to Wither and dips its head slightly as if in acknowledgement, and then it simply organizes itself into that coil, and with a clacking of crystal against crystal, it eases into that shape and lets out a long hissing sigh, and simply sits there regarding you. Any hint of violent intent in its body posture appears to have left it.
Thessia, like, I think with a couple of her hands, she's like trying to put pressure on the wounds out of instinct. But I guess are they still oozing, or is it like it kind of
It's
came out?
tapering off. It's tapering off, yeah, kind of like a wound scabbing over, but in rapid time compared to a flesh and blood wound. Now there's mostly, you can still see very clearly those geometric imprints, which are heavily blackened, and there are streaks of blackish gray running down the side of Wither's body, but it's not moving much now. It's settling.
Wither, did you... You said that it was wound, and then it became a straight line. Looks back at the snake. Have you recoiled it?
No,
Okay,
it did.
sure. Looks at snake. Kind of.
Snake, you see the lights in its eyes flick to you momentarily, but then back to Wither.
How fascinating.
Yeah, curious to say the least. Wither, do you need help standing?
They reach down to the hole, one of the many holes left in them, and it, like, the remainder of the ooze. They do something very Orcus-like. They reach down and put some of their fingers into the bloody hole, and then just put it in their mouth.
Okay,
Yeah,
well, that deserves a specific reaction.
You draw your fingers through one of the wounds, and it doesn't quite have the consistency of skin. It doesn't have the consistency of blood or wounded flesh either. It's sort of like dragging it through wet cement or loam, sort of softer earth. And what you scrape away is a little bit of dark gray material that has that sort of texture, and you put it in your mouth. And it's got a sort of... it's got a kind of acrid iron taste to it. It tastes to you the way non-Twiceborn have described blood smelling.
How many times Would we have to die to come back whole?
I mean, hopefully no more.
You never come back whole. Death takes something from us that can never be brought back. But it also seems to give us things from time to time. Things that we would not have had in our mortal breathing days. A blessing, to be sure.
Have you found the answer for your tribunal?
Eyes kind of wide and like remembering, oh right, that was the whole reason we were down here. Not especially, unfortunately. It is clear that a rune of Thale was used to cause, she gestures to the crater they're in, this, and based on what the general walls of this are like, it's way above my skill level, or anyone's, to be quite frank. She kind of like looks up the hole, and now I'm very concerned about anyone from the Shaper School actually messing with any part of this hole because it's pressurized.
I may have.
She looks over. And would you like to share, or is this going to cost me?
No,
Oh,
not a thing.
you are a good doctor.
You would only need have the courage to go through with it.
She looks at you and then looks down. Ah,
You have your accusers. And we have several methods at your disposal by which to rid yourself of them. No accusers, no crime.
Sorry, are you implying killing them? Don't She like stands up, 2 hands on her hips, 2 hands crossed.
I suggest that accidents happen all the time.
With what, a highly pressurized rock that only we know about?
Shrug.
If anything, it would just create more suspicion. Not that I'm even beginning to humor this idea. But if my accusers happen to go dead or missing before the tribunal, that might raise a few eyebrows and make me even more suspicious, don't you think?
Not if you go missing with them.
I am a daughter.
For a time.
Well, how long?
People have very short attention spans. Give it another disaster or two, they'll forget all about it.
Right. Okay. Again, humoring this concept. If I were to go missing as these other people went dead and missing, and then I came back, especially if another disaster happened, I don't think I would get the luxury of a tribunal.
What could they prove?
She kind of like looks around. Let me go downwards first. Let me see, because you said you felt something from below. And so far your intuition has been pretty darn good. So, and looks back to where there are, I assume they're like up and moving now?
A little bit. Not, if not shakily, then just standing here, maybe petting this thing, just looking at it.
Wither, when you rise to your feet, the stone swimmer's body kind of kinks and exposes a segment, and it basically, It offers you a segment of body without crystals jutting out of it that's sitting. Oh, the purple squares! My arch nemesis! Okay, it offers you a section of body and kind of holds it level in front of you as if inviting you to sit.
Aw! We will take a sit.
And as Thessia's like, all right, well, I mean, I haven't gone down yet. Wither, you sit on the stone swimmer, and you can feel something, not a voice, emphatically not a voice. It feels entirely texturally different to anything you've experienced like this before. You feel mental images. You feel a visual form of communication that shows you can kind of see beneath the stone here the fissures, the cracks, the tiny caverns, far too narrow, far too scattered for any person to access, and your vision zooms through them and finally follows them to an exit far from here, on the exterior of the plateau, where you can see the breath occasionally rolling inward. And it pulls back, rolls all the way back to here, and directly beneath your feet, you are made to picture it. The pockets of stolen breath that have been sort of entombed inside the earth due to the seismic activity shaking up the configuration of empty space down there. And you know that is what is beneath you. You've seen it as this creature has seen it.
Mm-hmm.
There is no salvation for you below. We have seen as such in the cracks, in the direction.
They kind of look off there behind Thessia in that direction.
More breath. Mayhaps not salvation bodily, but something to
More breath
consider.
could More breath could indeed be our salvation.
Let's
Nay.
see. Oh, yeah?
Its presence in the first. It is not known. Correct us if this is not. Correct us if we are wrong. We have been told it is not known. What becomes of mortal when they awake from the breath? Mayhap it is a test of Gaia. Those strong enough, resilient enough to survive are blessed with blessings, power, fragments. What occurred to you? Consider it.
She looks over at the rune, the one that's like supercharged,
Mm-hmm.
and she kind of cups her chin. That was the last rune I tried to use as the breath rolled through. It's not impossible that I might have consumed some, though. Well, it might also explain the curious state I was in. She looks over at Orcris, the one you found me in.
Indeed. I can't say I've had the opportunity to operate on too many people who have been exposed to the breath. Typically, the bodies don't last long enough to see that through.
I'm gonna roll to die on something.
Mm-hmm.
God damn it, Blue. I need more. You say it's directly below us?
And below, and to the sides and further down, and further up, and out, and out, and out. Like a river.
I don't need that much more. She looks at the stone swimmer. Are stone swimmers affected by the breath?
It's the light in its eyes flickers briefly, and it seems to consider this for some time. And whether you get an emotional sense. You get a sense of fear. You can picture this creature avoiding the breath, and in fact, fleeing from it when it initially encountered you and Thessia the previous time.
Yes. It unwinds them as it does, mortal man. And thinking back, we now understand why it attacked us.
When I was running from it?
No. We brought it to them.
Mining.
The city is replete with disasters in waiting. Soon it will know more than just this hole. I have seen it. Anyone with eyes can see it.
Say,
But the people will continue to pretend as though everything is fine, as the world crumbles around them, believing themselves safe, secure, for they live on a great city. It wasn't them that died, and so they cannot die.
Thessia, looks up to the ceiling, or I guess more importantly, the hole that leads way back up to the surface.
Yeah.
I really want to try and get a little bit more. Not too much, but it'd be too dangerous to just dig it out.
I do have some filed up, but seems like, fucking straight line in it, maybe.
Maybe.
There is a small crack in a direction behind you.
She looks to the east.
Don't forget you have the power to do that.
That's right, I do.
Or Chris like, oh damn, this is great.
Oh,
I'm gonna try this out.
Ah, my eye's fucked up. Now it's this eye.
Ugh. I'm running currently on the hypothesis that the breath does, while it seems to unravel the body, perhaps it removes the limitations of the mind.
Whether you are moved more quickly than you've ever been moved, even by Peregrine.
Holy shit.
I don't really have any other thing to go off of. I mean, based on the fact that that rune is extraordinarily stronger, and tilts head looking at plants.
They
What
think
have we
forward.
here? What have we here?
Wither is going to very intently watch what happens to both mortals and also the vines when they interact, because that's something they've never seen.
Am I familiar with this kind of plant?
I mean, The short answer is almost guaranteed to be yes because of the line of work you're in. But why don't you make me a roll to do, and we can see how
much?
familiar. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a sort of it's a creeper vine, grows along surfaces, up walls and things. That is not uncommon in the underground. It has a small sort of pods will manifest upon different parts of its length and eventually bloom into small flowers with accompanying leaves. And it's got some alchemical uses. It's not it's a reasonably fast growing plant. But given that, I mean, you don't know everything that Wither and Thessia do about, like, you don't explicitly know these weren't here, a week ago, but you know, given all the seismic activity that's around, these cracks surely can't be that old, and yet these have grown unaccountably rapidly, considering that. Or they were moved here somehow, but there's no sign that these have been manipulated or cultivated.
Interesting. Well, I will dig around for some seeds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you
Great
can.
care. The earth is porous. You do not want to breathe in.
I might. Kind of getting close to some of these smaller holes. I'm not gonna put like my eyeball to it because I don't want to suddenly get a burst and like have my eye melt or something. But like far enough that I can kind of like look down and see if there's any movement or something that might catch my eye.
Just put your mouth around it and then breathe in.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Kirby noise. Yeah, looking at sort of the narrowest and furthest reaches of this fissure here. It's very dark, obviously, but the darkness doesn't seem entirely static. Every now and then, you perceive a little ripple through it. It's hard to see what it is or what exactly is going on down there with as small of a viewport as you have. If you wanted to try and get at something down here, you'd probably have to widen it at least a little.
I will look over to everyone and be like, I'm going to be more aware of my surroundings for once. I'm going to make this hole a smidgen bigger. Now, this might include the breath, so have you acquired what you need?
For the time being, yes.
Well, we might not get a longer time
They
here.
go to try and talk, and then the stone swimmer moves away, so they realize they have to talk louder as they move.
Would it not be wise to make a wall? There is the exit.
That's true, too. I'm not expecting to get that much to come barreling through.
You do not control Gaia.
But we can at least guide her as she guides us.
Can't spell guide without guy.
Exactly.
It may be worth halting on this particular experiment for a time.
But-
There are some things that we don't need to be here to test. For example, if we are interested in this plant, and then perhaps we could find another way to obtain some of the breath and then do experiments on a smaller scale.
But I
There
would
is more to the south.
more breath.
Plants.
Looks over to Orcris. And then kind of gestures with all of her arms of like, after you.
Based off of what we've heard, I would hypothesize that exposure to the breath might might have something to do with the acceleration of the growth of this plant.
An interesting theory.
And one I can test at home. Safely.
Oops, you walked under the part of the arch that probably shouldn't be on the upper layer, but, you know, these things are imperfect.
Hey, it still looks cool.
Check this out.
Whoa,
like-
holy shit, bro.
it's
Pretty
like-
cool.
It's like, check this out. If I stand here, it looks like I'm walking under this. If I stand here, it looks like I'm getting crushed to death. Giant foot is stomping on me.
You decide.
I am both above and below this.
Quantum Orcris.
So, are you going to be grabbing more of these, or?
I've got enough seeds. The buds themselves I probably wouldn't have much use for.
Are you sure? I could make you a little stone container.
I don't have buds, only enemies.
What seems to have been the reaction between like a mortal person and this plant?
You haven't
Yeah, I was
observed.
thinking about eating it, but then I was like, it might be poisonous. I'd better feed it to somebody else.
Oh, you haven't observed any reaction whatsoever to Orcris interacting with it and rifling through the bud to pick out some seeds. And the plant did not react to his presence the way it did to your touch. Also, just because I'm good guy Aram, I will remind you that you haven't used the ability. Oh wait, you
To
didn't
get
take
health
damage.
back.
Right, you didn't take damage.
I did technically,
Oh yeah, I guess I hadn't.
but I wounded something, so.
I hadn't set whether it resets when if you whether it uses your use if you try to use it. No, because you don't actually get to restore health. Yeah, so actually no, you haven't used it successfully since the last time you took damage in the fight. You tried once or twice unsuccessfully. So you do have your use that you can now use on these defenseless plants if you want to.
They think and they wonder, do they feel hungry since giving of
That's a fair
themselves?
question. That's a fair question. And given that your black is wounded, actually, the answer is no. You feel harmed. You know intellectually that, assuming you're able to use the ability still in this state, it would heal your body, but you don't have any of the associated desire that in a feeling sense for it. So up to you what you think you'd do.
And I have samples of these that I have like put on my person, and I'm basically of the mind that I want to propagate some of these back at the White Sanctuary.
I see.
But they do kind of look over quizzically at the fact that they didn't fucking die and are just like, yet again, yet again.
Yet again, it's always the simple pleasures that are denied to me.
They sit there waiting for instruction.
Well, if you were going to take something else, now is the opportunity.
All right. I look down for any of the buds that I can find. The head of the flower, and I prune it delicately. And just put it in my pocket.
Thessia, looking down into this larger fissure, it's down a little ways, and it is dark, but yeah, you can see the occasional sort of like as there's a quiet sigh in the earth, and a very small jet of silvery mist issues forth and then kind of sinks back down and spreads out in whatever underground space is down there.
How far down?
Couple feet.
I locked out emotion, so I don't have the fear problem right now. I'm too locked in on this hypothesis. Thessia is going to create the fail rune, but along this wall. She doesn't want to weaken any more of this floor in any capacity. And what she's going to do is with that rune, very gently, keep pulling out until she essentially creates this like long stick, but
There you
hollow it
go.
out. I'm making the straw.
We will remain. You may go.
The stone swimmer transmits to you a
I just smashed the shit out of my hand on accident.
Oh,
God,
no!
like
Fine.
seriously, or just
No.
like an ow?
In an owl.
Okay, with what? How?
So I have a little table next to my next to where I'm sitting, and I was lifting my arms up to stretch,
Oh,
and it just wham!
Oh.
right
Oh, I
into
heard
the
that, actually.
underside.
Yeah, I didn't hear the slam, but I heard the.
Yeah, that was me.
Snake.
Yeah. The stone swimmer transmits to you an image, a far from here, deeper, a space in which it dwells, a nest, you realize, and then it connects that thought to you sort of picture yourself in a void, and the space around you swirling indecisively, as if to ask, "This is where I live. You?"
Uh, how the fuck do I answer that?
Above. Though, we know that you would not be welcome, as in times before, when Peregrine has brought new friends with him. Much smaller friends, even.
It
They were not welcomed.
in the midst of you saying this, it kind of you perceive a sort of squinting in the light, and it kind of shakes its head back and forth a few times, and then very, very slowly presses its head up to your ear as if you were gonna whisper secrets to each other, and you get the sense of it's sort of like an extended hand, like it's asking you for a thought. You have the sense that if you picture the way to where you live, it will know. And that is what it is asking for, though you don't have to give it.
There is danger that way. Those above are not kind and cannot hear you. It is not safe.
It pulls back from you and appears to comprehend. And then
Someday, maybe. When the above is wound in a different direction.
quite without fanfare, its tail whips up as its head plunges into the stone, and within less than a second, it's gone entirely.
Goodbye.
Thessia looks over. Where'd your friend go?
Home.
Oh. Do you have a means of reconnecting? Seemed like you had a bond.
We do not know. If you should die again, what do we tell those above?
Die again? No. I'm about to be a living legend. Arcris, do you have anything that should help me steal my mind?
Almost certainly. Probably not on me, though, lest I'd have used it during the scuffle. That said, I mean, there's really nothing stopping us from coming back down here later.
She, like, looks down at the hole. So be it. I'm injured anyways. I need to be in peak condition if we're to try this. Need to be more prepared.
48 hours.
Right. I still need a... I'm really not much closer, am I? I mean, I can prove that the rune was amplified, but that doesn't clear me. That only makes me more at guilt, or at fault here. Which, yes, it is, but I, prefer not to.
Who are your accusers?
The church, mostly. They would need a divine reason for this to happen. My initial thought was to propose the idea that Gaia wished for me to survive, and so maybe the breath was provided, but I don't want this discovery to be shared, if it's even true.
Well, I may be able to assist in that regard. It wouldn't be this would be the sort of thing that I fear it would take longer than 48 hours to see implemented to its most fruitful. But no, it would take time, unfortunately, and time seems to be the one thing we don't have. All we would need to do is create doubt.
You may ask directly.
Ask who?
Mother Gaia.
Well, I've seen you talk to a stone swimmer, so I'm up for anything.
She may not answer in a timely manner.
Can you
Say that again.
throw a please in there to see if she'll speed it up?
All prayers are of the same gravitas. Please does not do any more or less. But this we can do.
It would be appreciated. I am still curious. Now that we're back down here, you didn't give me a solid answer before. You were trapped down here with the stone swimmer before he became friendlier. How did you get out of here? I realize the breath probably doesn't impact you, but all the same, you were in a very precarious situation. Not to mention, she points back over to the hole.
We remember not being affected by the breath. Yes, indeed. And clarify for me, Aram, but I don't believe we were given an exact description of how we left. Wither, unless informed otherwise, has just been assuming they found a way out. But was there a real story to it? Was there a truth that they don't remember?
Well, from your perspective, as you were locked in combat with the stone swimmer, trying to keep it distracted from Thessia, there was suddenly a sharp movement of earth, and an enormous wave of breath billowed through the room as rocks shifted, and it washed over you and completely blocked you from sight for a moment. And as it slowly dissipated from around you, as you presumably stood languidly, inactively standing in it, it revealed that the stone swimmer had fled, and Thessia was nowhere to be seen. Instead, this was left behind, and the passage that had been blocked. I mean, not only was the blockage gone, so was the passage. And so, actually, her dramatic egress upward also made it possible for you to simply leave.
Mm-hmm.
This was the way you were already intending to lead her before you got in here and discovered that it had been blocked by the cave-ins.
They
And
point towards the exit, which is where we came in earlier today.
Yeah.
We left the same way we always do.
So imagine you just stood there for like 5 minutes and then looked around like, huh, weird. And then,
Weird.
well, not my problem.
Internally, if they were a different kind of person, it would have been like,
She abandoned us. What a bitch.
Thessia kind of thinks on that. But that pathway was blocked. I do recall that. It was the entire reason I was in my predicament.
Maybe this is the answer. Maybe Gaia just needed to get you out of the way to get us home.
Eyes widen. Would you be willing to say that? I don't want to force you into anything. And I don't want you to feel like I'm using you, but your help would be deeply appreciated.
We do not know if this is the truth or not, so again, we will ask Gaia.
they go down to this little plant in as simple a manner as possible, what is left of it. And they will channel the question to ask God, to ask the earth and all of her little critters. Is this a good enough answer?
So, are you simply looking for an answer to the question, or are you asking me to give you a divine edict as a response?
Oh, we can do both if that's possible.
Let me think of what would be fun.
I have an idea. If we cannot put aside your tribunal, perhaps we can delay it.
Okay. This wouldn't involve killing people, I presume.
Guys, I want to kill people.
No.
Okay.
No, not inherently. Though
Theoretically.
it might work better if we could.
Let me hear your idea.
I have
Theme of ochre scheming.
It actually is, yeah. I have a mood scheming playlist.
Yeah, this sure is called Betrayer of Humanity.
I have a friend. And this friend would be willing to do anything for me. Even die, if I will it.
That's a pretty good friend.
I'd say so.
Why would they be so willing to do so?
Because I asked them to.
And you would use this friend for me?
Have them burst into your tribunal, scream to the high heavens, and slit their throat on your altar. Such would surely disrupt your tribunal at least for a day, maybe more.
Cubs chin and thinks. The emotional side is not present. I will not request this now because I need to hear from Gaia first.
Sure.
Well, you think on the question, Wither, and you open yourself to hear an answer, or a suggestion of one at least. And the impulse that comes to you is this. Etria is going to be the judge in Thessia's tribunal. And she's already asked you to basically be her eyes on the ground and uncover as much as you can about the true circumstances. Ultimately, she's really put you in a position to influence her decision, but the inspiration that comes to you is this. You realize, as you think about the kind of person she is, the circumstances here, she doesn't actually necessarily care that much what the truth is. It's extremely likely she has an outcome that she wants to justify.
Oh yeah, Wither had noticed
And-
from day one that
Yeah.
she made
And-
up her mind already.
And that being the case, one assumes she wouldn't be bringing the charge if she didn't want to find Thessia guilty or want something out of the situation. And if you facilitate that, then probably that's exactly what she wants out of you. And she is, frankly, a lot more... She can do a lot more for you in obvious ways than either of these people. So your inspiration is find an outcome that makes her happy. That's what will be best for you, Wither. And if you can manage to find a way to make her happy with exonerating Thessia, then so be it. But frankly, you're extremely well positioned to twist the knife here if that ends up being the only way for her to be pleased with the outcome. Something you should consider. That's what God suggests you should do.
Listen,
Of course.
shit.
Of course, you are free to, you don't have to explicitly declare, I accept this or I reject this, but you are free to work toward that or to choose to not concern yourself. But anything you do with the intent of basically stacking the deck to whatever outcome Etria wants, you'll get the bonus on. And if you take any actions that you know will run counter to that, then that will count as rejecting this edict.
So we should change what she wants. If she wants her to be, if she wants Thessia to die, then we should convince her that perhaps Thessia shouldn't die.
Indeed. Wither will turn to Thessia, and they've had a blank face this whole time. You've never seen them make anything that you would call an expression for the most part.
Why do you deserve to live?
She really thinks about that. I would like to think the most open, honest part about this is I would like to live for very obvious reasons, but I think I can contribute a lot to this city. I provide education. I would like to think of myself, when we were a bit wealthier, a generous noble in comparison to most others. And if I may speak bluntly around friends, there are parts of this society that I'm not exactly thrilled about. I am not pleased that we have so many individuals that are lack for a better term, under the boot of a few. That feels wrong, especially considering most of these people, if given the opportunity, could be greater. And I think that's what they're afraid of. And if I can help facilitate that, that would be great. Though I am uncertain of what Gaia herself would want.
We are not wise. And we know that we are treated differently as mortals are.
I
We
suppose
do
you
not
are.
know if our perspective is disregarded, if this is the right word, out of a sense of normalcy or disrespect. We have not thought of this. We have not had time to ponder. But we have noted that you do speak of your schemes. Maybe not in broadest daylight, as others would say, but within earshot. We would like clarification. Why do you speak as though we are wind?
Looking over at Orcris.
Deserve has nothing to do with anything. Nobody deserves what they have. Deserving to live? You were just born. That's all there is to it. Thessia, you will only receive that which you are willing to fight for. That is all. You will only get whatever it is that you are willing to pay a price for.
I am well acquainted with both.
Wither notes that their question has been blown over.
Wither will remember that.
They don't pay it any mind.
Wither will not remember that, never mind.
Just to clarify, is that
Well, they
question-
won't state it. It was mostly at Okris, but if Thessia feels the need to respond, then she will.
Yeah, that's what I was even going to double check, because like you'd mentioned that you had looked over at Orcris, I was like, oh, is this not directed at me?
It's both of them, but notedly at him.
Thessia looks at you, and because again, it's just the brain activating, not the heart. To be quite frank with her, you are frightening. Because of your position, you could point at me and say that I did something that I didn't, and I could die immediately, regardless of anything that's happened around here. Society does treat you differently. They put you on a pedestal, but they're afraid to talk to you candidly. Admittedly, I'm very much the same way for the reasons I just explained. I don't look at you differently. It's more, I am afraid of what you are capable of.
Wither, my friend, you are different. I find you fascinating, as I find all of your kind. You are the only one I've been able to speak to in any significant regard. And so, to me, you are... I don't know if you're a friend, but an acquaintance. At this point, surely. We have spilled blood together.
They take that very literally and think back to how the blood they tasted from their own wound was of iron, and how humans and mortals have said theirs is like iron too. They disregard these statements. It's like you guys have thrown your thrown your responses at a wall. It seems that there is no indicator that what you have said has increased or decreased the affection level for this NPC. And that's not saying that you didn't do well enough. It's just you have no fucking clue what's going on behind that face.
Then we will return to a previous spot in the conversation.
Nods.
Why has Etria decided you should die? We are not wise, we do not notice things. But even Etria has made it obvious that you do not have a choice in your existence. From the moment Gaia made you unto that hole. Why is this?
I don't know what her personal reasons are, but I did create a catastrophe. A dozen people are dead, and I am the sole reason for it. Now, I didn't mean to cause this. That doesn't justify it, obviously, but she gestures. I had no idea that was even possible.
You're an engineer.
Part of you, Willer, reaches up to volunteer. That's not why she wants Thessia dead.
Mm-hmm.
That's what she says, but that's not why. She doesn't care about that.
Mm-hmm.
Thessia doesn't know why she wants her dead. None of you do.
You're an engineer.
Looks over.
You could make a trap. A trap that will break, flooding the entire city. Flooding the entire city with the stolen breath.
Now, hold on.
If you, but only if you aren't there to stop it.
We understand.
But
It is not a suggestion, it is her fear.
Sorry. Can you? Oh, I'm in between two very different energies, and it's really hard to keep up, quite frankly.
To the right of you, this. To the left of you, this.
So I understand what you're going for, Orcris. I need a moment to process that. What are you talking about? Looks back at Wither.
Keep up, girl. Damn.
No. They turn
You're
and
speaking
point.
strictly riddle. I'm stuck in the riddle with you. I have no options here.
We have become the riddle snake, truly.
They point past you to Arcris.
We speak of what he speaks. What he suggests is not a suggestion. What he suggests is the root of her fear. She does not fear what you have done. She fears of what you can become.
So become it.
Hold on. This is very easy for you to say. And now, hold on. Let's think on this just a moment. Again, for hypothesis' sake. If I were to unleash the breath, there isn't a guarantee that I could stop it and salvage the situation.
I'm not suggesting you unleash it instantly, but what I am suggesting would require a bit of work, a lot of math. I'm suggesting you create a trap, one that is specifically designed to fall, collapse at a specific time, maybe years from now.
If I live that long.
And that is why it would be within everyone's best interest that you do. Do you understand what I mean? You can come down, you can come down and strengthen that which you have designed to break at any time after what you have claimed to desire has been met. And they won't know. How could they?
Hmm.
All they know is what you are capable of. They have seen what you are capable of.
She looks back at the hole.
Who's to say you couldn't do it again? Who's to say you haven't done it already?
She really thinks about that. The rune is still active. Even just touching it, I could feel, if I really wanted to. I don't know if I could get a similar result, but if I pushed it, it's not impossible. So, what? I get it loaded and then...
Let it sit. Load it up, let it sit. Create some sort of mechanism to drop a dead man's switch, if you will.
We
That if
find
you're
this offensive in language.
That if your conditions are not met, you will bring the end of the city.
She crosses her arms. I'm not going to say no.
Just an idea.
No,
Another one for the pile.
It's not awful. It's just not something that I would normally do. I like to think that things can be talked out or reasoned. But
Your life is on the line.
It is, but I also am not exactly comfortable with threatening an entire city.
Why not? Show them. Show them what you are. Let them see you. Sweet. Harmless. In nature. A fine woman who wants nothing but the best for everyone, but who has been backed against a wall. They have forgotten. Or perhaps they do not wish to see the power that you are capable of. Put the ball in their court.
We have a question.
Looks over. Yes.
What the fuck?
What time does school start tomorrow?
Would it be wise for us to speak with Etria to divine the true nature of her want?
Her eyes kind of widen. If you'd be willing to and you'd share that, that would be immensely helpful.
This in mind, what do you think of that plan?
The threat of the city?
Yes.
I don't like the idea of threatening an entire populace.
It is
What
the
about
entire
it?
populace who tries to hold you guilty.
What about it do you not like?
There's plenty of people that don't deserve it.
Deserve.
Or it doesn't feel right that the threat of controlling my life, I then would do it to hundreds more.
Why not? Your life is the only thing you have. Truly. Why would you not do whatever it takes to defend it? If you die, they should too.
looks back over at Wither.
We do not know what happens after. Though, it is to consider. Not everyone will die.
Some will come back.
Some will not go at all. We never go.
Thessia, like, kind of looks at one of her hands. And some might get stronger. Again,
And besides,
yes.
if you really, really don't want to do this, I understand. Just lie. Tell them there's a dead man switch.
all it would take is one innocence rune.
That's true.
I know the one guy who has that. Give me a second.
Luckily... I may be able to help you with that.
Do I
Well-
know? Here's a question. Do we know if people in the Innocence College have the jurisdiction to use their rune on officials and magistrates?
The people can pretty much use the rune however they want, with the asterisk that anyone with enough social standing is... They really don't have a way to compel you to submit to it. They don't have inherently any sort of, like, authority. They're more like... They're a resource that actual civic or religious authorities can call on when they want their help with something. So it's a sort of a professional courtesy. Many people probably would if they had nothing to lose, but they don't have the authority to do it to someone in, say, someone like in Etria's position, or really in normal circumstances in Thessia's position.
What if a Twiceborn told them to?
Oh, well, I mean, all bets are off when if God is godding, God gonna God.
It's really leaning into why Thessia is afraid of you. Where you just like,
I mean, what's the easiest way to level the fucking playing field than to put the judge on trial?
I mean, yeah.
Set a trap anyway. Maybe not as...
Yes, but let's refocus on the killing, everyone.
Well,
Real quick.
no. You set a trap. If you have set the trap, you can then say, I have set a trap. You can expound upon that trap any way you wish. And if they ask for the truth is that you have set a trap. A trap that will go off when... a trap that will go off when... Who knows?
Just keep
But it
feeding
will
them.
go off. The trap doesn't have to be as destructive as all that. It doesn't have to be tear the city apart, kill everyone with the stolen breath. It could just be as simple as a bear trap. A bear trap. What's a bear?
You wouldn't know what a bear is if they exist in this world anywhere. You've seen them.
Yeah, probably, actually.
Those traps they use to catch under bears.
Under bears. They're bears, but they're purple. You would something you could do to catch an animal, a hunting trap. Nothing that would destroy the city, but they don't have to know that part. They will ask you if the trap is real, and the trap is real. Just alter the condition of the truth.
That is better.
Then it falls on them to know exactly what question to ask.
She thinks. The amount of time I have is not much. If I wanted to at least set something up, she looks over at Wither. I can't wait until I hear back from you.
This is correct. We would need is the word assurance, we believe, that Etria speaks what Gaia considers the truth. You spoke briefly of innocence.
Pointing at Alcris.
Speak more. This is needed.
And while they work to unravel your lies, we could work to unravel some truths.
About what Etria truly wants with me.
Exactly. They've left you no choice.
And it's not like I need to open with it. I prefer not to.
Oh, yes, of course. It's just an ace in the hole.
Ace in the hole.
Episode title.
Thessia looks back. Then I need to work on something now.
Can you all make me a roll to die?
Oh.
I'm still in blue.
Let's see. That's gonna be.
I'm sure someone's spying on us right now, and they're like, "Uh-oh."
Oh, there's your
What-
master
What
plan.
the fuck?
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, there was no shot any of us were gonna.
Let's see. And what were your results? 6, 5, 7. You think, and your wheels keep spinning here, Thessia, of like, I need to do something now, and like, what exactly should that be? And as you're kind of lost in thought, you feel, as your senses are acutely attuned to, you feel a small, you just sort of perceive some movement behind you, little shift, a little scrabbling, and you look back, and you don't see anyone, but you can sort of feel the very, very faint tremors in the earth of very, very, very fast and quiet footfalls moving away.
I would like to sprint as quickly as I can to over here. Am I able to? In the while I'm running, is there anything left behind that catches my attention, or can I at least catch a shape as they're like going down the path?
I'm gonna treat that 7 as still in effect. You haul ass over here and kind of skid to a stop at the edge of the crater, and you look. You don't see anything having changed or having been done in this area. From the direction that you perceived them before, you think it was just someone. It's probably 2 feet moving, probably down this tunnel. But no, you don't catch sight of anything.
Getting desperate to not have been overheard by anything, Thessia looks at the juiced up rune. And I'm going to cave that entire tunnel.
Oh.
Or, if I'm feeling really optimistic, I can throw a wall up ahead and block.
Well, those
Better
are gonna
hope
have
they-
those are gonna have two very different results. So
better
gonna
better
need you
hope
to
they're not also a shaper.
gonna need you to commit to one of those.
Yeah, yeah. You know what? I will throw up a wall a good, like, because she's confident in this rune. I will throw a as thick as I can wall, about 100 feet out. Her plan is to block them off, and then while they're like stunned by that, chase down the hall to see who it is.
100 feet away is further than I think you can affect things normally.
Then what would be the farthest that I could feel optimistic about?
I think you could probably reach up to about 50-ish. You know, just not too much further than what is blacked out here, where the map ends, without moving yourself and also drawing a rune closer.
I'm gonna use that juiced up rune.
Okay.
And I will aim for. I guess I'll just do the 50, and I'll go as thick as I can with this wall.
Okay. First of all, give me. Oh, jeez. Okay, how do I want to resolve this? Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Oh, jeez.
Okay. Give me a roll to do.
Okay. I guess I could also call out to them. I suppose that would have probably been the smarter thing to do. But I don't know if they'd even respond. Nah, I already said I was doing this.
All right.
Oh, Thessia. Why not? Jesus. Yeah. And I can't do a reroll or anything like that.
Okay, now what should be the result of this? You rolled below that, so I guess... Yeah, no, based on how I was planning to resolve this, okay, so this is not going to be... The funniest outcome would be the Half-Life 1 resonance cascade kind of thing here. That is, you did not roll high enough to hit the initial effect, so rather than rolling to try and avoid that... Yeah, instead, this is just gonna not work out in the direction of you press your hand to the floor, you invoke this rune, and you lash out with your power as far as it can go to try and block the tunnel as far down as you can. And as soon as you channel power into the rune, you get another huge, this time it almost feels like a punch to the stomach, and you gag a little and double over here, and you feel the power kind of wire throughout your body, and you start feeling that same feeling of dissociation from your limbs momentarily. And your vision starts to blur, and you sag down a little bit. And now we're going to do a second roll. This time I'm going to need you to roll to die.
Great. I'll stay on blue.
Okay, and this is going to be against... Get rid of that. This is going to be... Yeah. Okay. Thessia, you... As your power kind of loops around inside your body, you end up, you pitch all the way forward onto the ground here, and your body starts to convulse, and it starts to feel like it did in the moment you emerged onto the street, having just created the tunnel leading out from the underground, your very brief moment of awareness before you were entirely lost to those feverish visions. And they start kind of creeping in at the edge of your vision again. And the cave, it's at the heart of the city. Underneath, it spreads out, it radiates. You can feel the city. It's pressing down on top of you. It's right up there. You look up. There's only darkness, but it's all up there. All those people. You start to fantasize. What would it be like? What would it be like if you trapped them? If you opened the hole, if you let the fog in, if it rolled over the city, if they all began to shrivel and vanish into light, except for maybe some chosen few, maybe some would be like you, maybe some would ascend, maybe some would fly over the city, maybe some would fly so high they couldn't even see it anymore. There was nothing but them, the rings, the crystals, the shards, hurtling through space, unbound by any law in the entire universe, unbound by anything except their own will, a consciousness to knit the entire universe into one consciousness with one purpose. You can't breathe. You can't breathe. Then you snap out of it, and you are curled up on the ground. You don't know how much time has passed. I'm assuming Orcris and Wither have done something by now. You basically watch Thessia run over here, look around wildly, bend down, and then go into a convulsion fit.
Gaia has spoken to her.
Something has.
Why don't we leave it there for tonight?
Oh, God.
Gee, Billy, how come your GM lets you have 2 cliffhangers where you go insane?
Oh, God. I'm so fucked. In
No,
every
man, you're
regard.
good.
Oh,
You're
Jesus.
good. It's gonna be fine. Don't worry about it.
Ugh.
I don't got your back. Arcris don't got your back, but you'll be fine.
Oh, I don't have
Alright.
either of you? Jesus.
No, you gotta-
hold a gun to the back of the entire city. Be named queen. That's how this works.
That's how this works.
Well,
What a sesh.
yeah, goodness. I guess we're gonna end it there for tonight.
Thanks, Sarah.
Thanks, and we can then stop the recording there, cause
All right. Toodles.
Yeehaw!
Well,
Wasn't that exciting?
DreamWorks movie, like, well, that happened. Remember when you went crazy for the second time, Will?
Yeah. I mean,
Try not to think
I
about
didn't
it.
I didn't go full crazy. It was fine.
I remember when I lost my mind. All right. Before anything else, let's look at fan art from tonight.
Yeah.
Well,
There is, in fact, an imager. It is by Rosie the Reveler. Let me
thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Let me bring us there. So, first of all, from Pupcat Dude, we've got Wither. I think they had a caption for this. Wither's Flowers.
It's so orbital.
Very
Cool
shapes.
cool. Then, also from Pupcat Dude, we've got
Even more orbital.
considerably more Orpal, yes.
A creature.
The La Creatura. Then from Enid Huid, it's tail time. Is this what Gex sounded like? I don't know.
I don't know.
Like a little bit, if I remember correctly, yeah, it was definitely that kind of
He's the
energy,
guy
at
who makes
least.
all the celebrity references, right? The extremely dated ones?
Yeah, well, I mean, they were dated then, and
Yeah.
now...
What is this video?
My
No, this is
goodness,
video.
is this Thessia Batalus or Bill Murray?
Ugh.
Then also from Enid Huid, this is what did they call this one? This is feels like the kind of thing Orcris would do.
Oh! Hi, Mr. Frog. You're not supposed to be here.
I've never seen that video, but yeah, that's very Orcris.
Then also from Enid Huid.
You're our friend now. We are having soft tacos later.
Okay.
I don't know. That even came across on Discord, but the stream got it.
No.
The noise.
Oh.
From Good to Live. Debt level. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
I love the use of the arms.
Yeah. Doing the
Oh my god.
This next one is loud.
the double Kevin
Let's go
McAllister.
gambling! Aw, dang it! Aw, dang it! Aw, dang it! Aw, dang it! Aw, dang it!
God.
Aw, dang it! Aw, dang it! Aw.
It do be like that
That's-
sometimes.
God. Damn it, Thessia.
Also from Enid Huid. Inside you, there are two wolves. Become it. Become the very thing that she fears.
She fears what you could become.
I feel like these wolves are not really in contention with one another. Inside of you, there are two wolves, and they're kind of both telling you to do the same thing.
I mean, that's the pack.
Pack behavior.
Cool beans. Well,
Thank you very much,
folks.
everyone who contributed tonight. Well, if you want to see more about Beginning of the End, if you want to join discussion, I'll link the Discord again. This is the official Stabbiness Discord. You can chat about this show and many others there. Thank you, Moobot. Don't forget to follow the Twitch if you haven't. Also, on this page, you can find the link to the YouTube archive, where all of the episodes of Beginning of the End up to this one are to be found as well. And also, if you'd like to see more content about the show, and as I mentioned at the beginning, if you'd like to see mechanics, if you'd like to see everyone's gifts, they'll be coming out this week on the Patreon.
Ooh.
Wowie zowie. It's got a bunch of content. Some of it's public, and $5 a month gets you all the extra stuff that I've been kind of posting like a maniac this whole time. It's gonna keep going. This episode will be up tomorrow afternoon, actually no, tomorrow morning on the Stabbiness YouTube channel, and we'll be back next week with the next one at the same time as always. That time is 6 p.m. Eastern on Wednesdays. Thank you all for coming out to watch.
Merci.
Toodles.
See ya!